Any further motions without notice? Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes that the Malaysia Airline Flight 370 that took off from Kuala Lumpur on Saturday the 8th of March 2014 is still missing. Also notes that the Boeing 777 was carrying 227 passengers from 14 different nationalities and 12 crew members. Further takes note of the media report that 2 individuals were able to board the flight with stolen passports listed on Interpol's database. Acknowledges that although it is still too early to speculate, the passport mystery is raising concerns about the possibility of terrorism. Sends our condolences to the family and friends of the 239 people on board. Wishes Malaysia Airlines all the best as they continue with their investigation into this terrible tragedy. I thank you.
Thank you. If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. Are there any further motions without notice? Deputy Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I move without notice that the House notes that Kenyan actress Lupita Nyong'o scooped the Best Supporting Actress Oscar for her role as an abuse servant in the movie 12 Years a Slave on Sunday, the 2nd of March at the 86th Oscar ceremony in Hollywood. Recalls that she has already picked up the Screen Actors Guild and Critics' Choice Awards for Best Supporting Actress for her portrayal as Patsy, a slave brutalized by her sadistic owner, played by Michael Fassbender. Further recalls that the 31-year-old Yale School of Drama graduate has risen in a year from relative obscurity to Hollywood's A-list, winning plaudits for her efforts on screen. Believes that her winning of an Oscar is a source of inspiration for the many African children, as well as fostering a positive attitude that anything is possible, even for children from humble beginnings. We congratulate Lupita Nyong'o for winning such a prestigious award and for putting Africa on the big stage, and wishes her more success in her future endeavors. I thank you.
Thank you. If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. Are there any further motions without notice? Chief Whip of the Opposition.
Thank you, Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that the House notes that on Sunday, 9th of March 2014, more than 35,000 cyclists from around the world took part in the 36th annual Cape Argus Cycle Tour in Cape Town. Also notes that the Cape Argus is the world's largest independently timed cycle race and a highlight on the country's sporting calendar. Congratulates Nolan Hoffman of Team Abantu, who won the men's race in a time of only 2 hours, 38 minutes and 39 seconds. Also congratulates Cherie Stander of the Team RECM on winning the women's race in a time of 2 hours and 51 minutes. Further congratulates all those who participated and thanks the organizers for the successful Cape Argus. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. Are there any further motions without notice? Deputy Chief Whip, are you just waving at me? You don't want to? Oh, okay, that's fine. Thank you very much. We then move on. The first item on the order paper is a motion in the name of the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, the Honorable the Chief Whip.
Honorable Speaker, I move that the first motion on the order paper that appears in my name stand over.
Thank you very much. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. The second motion on the order paper is also in the name of the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, the Honorable the Chief Whip.
Honorable Speaker, I move that that the House suspends Rule 253, subsection 1, which provides that the debate on the second reading of a bill may not commence before at least 3 working days have elapsed since the committee's report was tabled, for the purposes of conducting the second reading debate today on the determination of remuneration of office bearers of independent institutions, laws amendment bill. I so move.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. The next item on the order paper is member statements. Does any member of the ANC wish to make a statement? The ANC. You have the floor, ma'am. Please proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The DA campaign to take over Gauteng was dealt with a major blow by the recent developments when an exodus of councillors from the DA in Gauteng defected to the ANC. 4 councillors have already resigned to join the ANC, and the other 4 are in the process of joining the ANC. From the 4 DA councillors who have already defected, the 2 from Ekurhuleni were unveiled on February 11, the day of the DA's march to Lutuli House headquarters. And the other were announced on February 27. As if this is not punishment enough for the DA, 4 more Democratic Alliance councillors in Tshwane are said to defect to the ANC to take the tally up to 8. According to Tshwane ANC Deputy Chairperson Mapiti Matsena, the 4 councillors would leave the DA in pairs during the next 2 council sitting. It is going to be 2 per every council meeting until the elections.
Order.
According to some, these councillors like Tony Molefe, who was the Deputy Chief Whip of Council in Johannesburg, Councillor Tony Molefe and Councillor Sipho Masego, who was the Deputy Chairperson of Gauteng of DA, who are in the ANC in the city of Johannesburg, said that black people in the DA were not given room to grow. They painted a picture of internal policy confusion, especially on the issue of black economic empowerment.
Order.
The 2 defected from councillors, Sam Maiman and Selo Maila, argued that as they joined the DA, they saw the symptoms of apartheid within that organization. They also added that color remains very important in the DA, and what the DA does at national level is not what is happening at the ground level. Hence, they rent a crowd presidential
Remember, your
candidate.
time has expired.
I thank you.
The DA.
Honorable Speaker, the DA's premier candidate for Gauteng, Mmusi Maimane, said in mid-January that the ANC's support could drop to less than 50% in Gauteng. Today, Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to announce to this House that Mmusi Maimane was 100% correct. The ANC's own internal polls now show that their support in Gauteng stands at 45% and could even drop to mere 36%. The ANC's in-house research is in line with the findings of an Ipsos survey which put the ruling party's support in Gauteng at 45.5% at best. Of course, these reports of dwindling ANC support in Gauteng do not come as a surprise to us. They forced e-tolls on the people of Gauteng. They implement policies that do not create real sustainable jobs. They literally cannot even keep the country's lights on anymore. The people have had enough. They want change. They are hungry for real change. On top of this, Mr. Speaker, the ANC has taken forever to release their election party lists. Why has it taken the ANC so long to provide us with a list of names? Is it because of the internal party divisions, or is it pure embarrassment at the caliber of its candidates? The voters deserve to know who they are voting for, and unlike the ANC, we in the DA have made our list public long ago. The people of Gauteng are ready for a new government, a government with job creation agenda and anti-e-tolling policies that puts the power back where it belongs, with the people. The DA will bring change to Gauteng. Thank you.
Cope.
Honorable Speaker, the forthcoming elections' credibility depends on the conduct of different political parties. Most parties have signed a code of conduct that they will allow the elections to be free and fair. It is disappointing that the African National Congress is just paying lip service to this commitment. Honorable Speaker, free and fair elections include the freedom to assemble. If the party in custody of public property uses dirty tactics to deny other political parties access to public property, this cannot and will never be regarded as free and fair. This is rightfully called abuse of power. Last year, December 16th, COPE booked and paid for the Kaizer Sebotelo Stadium to celebrate COPE's 5th anniversary in the Free State. It was after we tried Free State Rugby Stadium and was told that there was going to be an AFCON competition, which we all knew was not going to take place. When we went to the cricket stadium, we were told that the same thing about the cricket game, which was going to take place, another blue lie. We later discovered that the hand of the ANC was active via its chairperson, Ace Magashule. We ultimately won a court case against Mangaung municipality, which is going to pay a large amount of ratepayers' money. Recently, we tried to book the Free State Stadium for the launch of our manifesto. The same story surfaced, whilst all of us knew that the cheaters were in Australia and New Zealand. We were told that Blue Fountain Celtics were going to play, whilst we knew that they were going to play Morocco Swallows in Soweto. Officials at this stadium told us that the ANC chairman told them not to give Cope venue. Luckily, he could not intimidate the Blue Fountain Showground management.
Honourable Member, your time has expired. Order, members, order. The ANC.
Ke a leboga, Musa Khotla. Musa Khotla, a ke tsaya sebaka se boemong ba mokgatlho o motona o ratwang ke batho ke a kgole lefapha la Human Settlement la Gauteng. Musa Khotla, boemong ba ANC, indeed is correct for us to commend the Gauteng Department of Human Settlement for committing 100 million of its budget to Pegasdal Sewer Network Upgrade Project. This project, Honorable Speaker, is meant to ensure that the recurring sewer network blockages in our beloved township of Pegasdal are a thing of the past. To complement this good story, the department has completed building 1,000 units of the earmarked 6,000 units for Western Area Borwa housing project. Beneficiaries are being verified and handover will be done in due course. It is of essence, Honorable Speaker, to note that the majority of targeted beneficiaries hail from informal areas of Pakistan. This intervention further proves that the ANC-led government cares. ANC respect and value its people. I call on our peace-loving people of a greater Western area, particularly people of Pakistan, to rally behind our ANC-led government and embrace this noble intervention. It is correct for them to do so, Honorable Speaker, because it's only the ANC and no one else will deliver the promise of better life to them. Ke a leboga.
The IFP.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Ahead of May 7th, there have once again been incidents of political violence and several lives have been lost. In KwaZulu-Natal, KwaMashu has emerged as a hotspot. KwaMashu has seen problems of violence for many years, not all of it political. In its many hostels, living conditions are poor and poverty widespread. Ever-present tension and high levels of crime predict violent outbursts. A multifaceted intervention by government to address KwaMashu's socioeconomic challenges is long overdue. We therefore call on the eThekwini municipality, together with the provincial and national government, to act now. The IFP believes that political leaders have a responsibility to protect the lives of their people. In the words of Prince Buthelezi, I quote, "We may not be able to change all the circumstances that breed aggression amongst grassroots activists, but we have a responsibility to try. There is no legal, political, or moral justification for violence in our society," close quote. It was this firm conviction that led the IFP's president, Prince Buthelezi, to write directly to the leader of the NFP, seeking an urgent meeting to diffuse the volatile situation in KwaMashu. He did this both to ensure a free and fair election and to prevent further loss of life. Such initiatives must be met with support by all role players. We therefore urge the police to intensify investigations and bring perpetrators to book. It is unacceptable that arrests are delayed for more than a year or never happen. For the people of KwaMashu, justice delayed is justice denied. Thank you.
The UDM.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The United Democratic Movement is satisfied about its performance during the by-elections that took place at Mpashe Municipality in the Eastern Cape on the 29th of January 2014. Although the ruling party won 5 out of the 6 wards were contested, the by-elections were tightly contested, with the two parties, UDM and ANC, locking horns in areas that were the ANC's traditional strongholds. The tight election race confirms that the people of the Eastern Cape are thrilled about General Motlanthe decision to accept nomination to be UDM's premier candidate in the Eastern Cape. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Order, members, order. Order. The ANC.
Thank you, Speaker. The Department of Rural Development and Land Reform has a responsibility to transform our rural areas, specifically to deal with the challenge of poverty, unemployment, and inequality in rural areas. The ANC in its 2009 election manifesto identified rural development and land reform as one of its key priorities. So far, the department has managed to deliver about 3 million hectares of land to more than 200,000 beneficiaries since 1994. Among those who benefited, there are women. Most recently, the department undertook a visit to Venezuela with the purpose of exposing rural women to South Africa in arts, craft, sewing, and agriculture to women in arts, craft, and agriculture from Venezuela. Also to explore the possibility of open markets and exchange skills among the South African women and women in Venezuela in the above 3 sectors. All the women who undertook the visit have been trained to be trainers too. Speaker, as the African National Congress government, we do not perceive gender as an act of charity or goodwill, but as a strategic objective for the achievement of non-sexist society. This is one good story among many good stories to tell to those who want to listen. I thank you, Speaker.
The ACDP.
Speaker, the ACDP position regarding the conflict between Israel and Palestine has always been to support negotiated a two-state solution. We have, however, consistently opposed one-sided and inflammatory statements which show no attempt to understand the concerns, fears, and aspirations of both sides of this complex issue. While the challenges facing Palestinian people are placed front and center, the challenges Israeli people are facing are invariably dismissed. Israel faces serious security threats from enemies who do not merely seek its withdrawal from the West Bank, but its eradication as a sovereign state. The ACDP believes it is important for political parties to hold Parliament accountable to ensuring fair and transparent processes which are inclusive rather than exclusive. We further believe that Parliament must also state categorically clear that Israel, as a sovereign state, has the right to live within safe and secure borders with the right to self-defense like all other sovereign states nationwide. The ACDP therefore calls on parties to distance themselves from resolutions calling for extreme measures which set unrealistic precedent for international relations with all other countries. Resolutions which also infringe on both peace processes in the Middle East and the South African economy, including boycott, divestment, and sanctions, complete military, financially, and political sanctions, a South African campaign for Israel to be suspended from the SWIFT network, the blocking of financial transactions with Israel, Israeli banks and companies involved in the settlements.
Honourable Member, your time has expired. The DA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Eskom imposed rolling blackouts for the first time since 2008, forcing business to scale back on power usage. This will have a major impact on our economy and will without a doubt lead to job losses. It is increasingly clear that government is itself unsure about what's going on. Ahead of his budget speech, Finance Minister Pravin Gordhan said the following, and I quote, "Delays at Medupi are unfortunate. If we had those supplies earlier, the economy might have grown a little bit better and might have created a bit more certainty in our environment," unquote. However, suddenly suffering from a fit of denialism, Mr. Gordhan yesterday attempted to downplay the seriousness of the Eskom failures as an inconvenient kick in the ankle. Eskom chairperson, Mr. Tsotsi, insists that there is no power crisis. And I quote, "No, we don't have an energy crisis in South Africa. There is no crisis here. We in South Africa are the only people that seem to always be inventing a crisis where none exists," close quote. Outgoing CEO, Mr. Brian Damas, however, contradicted his colleague and admitted that the power supply was a situation that put the country in crisis and that would continue until more generating capacity could be added. According to media reports from earlier today, Minister of Public Enterprises Malusi Gigaba said he is confident that the leadership of Eskom is doing all it can to ensure that what happened last week is not repeated. But at the very same time, this contradicted Mr. Brian Damas, saying the supply issues will be a problem for the next few months unless we aggressively supply interventions of at least 3,000 megawatts. We cannot allow this to continue. We call on Mr. Gigaba to end the confusion and to give South Africa a frank and honest briefing of the facts. When it comes to the current crisis at Eskom, it would seem that the lights are on, but no one is
your time
home.
has expired. The ANC.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The statement is on the Public Protector's report and recommendation. The ANC welcomes the report and recommendation of the Public Protector and the weaknesses pointed out on corporate governance. However, South Africa is a constitutional democracy where the rule of law reigns supreme. The Minister of Communication and the Board of SA and the Board of SABC must be given the opportunity to study the report and its recommendation before a course of action is taken. The call by other parties that the Board of SABC must come and account is premature and ill-informed. This is because the recommendation and the report is not the end-all and by-all of things. Even those implicated in the report must be given the opportunity to be heard. I thank you.
Thank you. The IFP.
Honorable Speaker, 4 students at the University of KwaZulu-Natal were doing their postgrads. Lukhona Mnguni, Mnikeni Phakathi Siyabonga Khumalo and Thembeni Khumalo are tomorrow going to be held before a disciplinary hearing for writing an open letter to the Vice-Chancellor of the University of KwaZulu-Natal for expressing their concerns about some of the things going on in that institution. Now, just for doing that, they're now being called to a disciplinary hearing. We cannot allow a situation whereby we confuse different views for dissent. This is a gross abuse of power and amounts to nothing else other than bullying of students who are coming up wanting to be active citizens of our country and bring forth different suggestions on how best we can handle the problems facing South Africa. Instead of listening, the management has decided to have a long list of charges laid against them, and tomorrow they're going to find themselves before a disciplinary hearing, not even allowed to have external representation so that their case can be heard. If this continues, it means that we are trampling on the fundamental rights of the rights and freedom of expression. These are the rights we struggled for, and it is upon all South Africans to ensure that they're enshrined in the daily lives of our people. What is going on in the UK is that and cannot possibly be allowed to go on, which amounts to gross human rights violations, whereby students can even be allowed to express themselves. Thank you.
Cope.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. South Africa's electricity network requires considerable reform over the coming decades if the country is to successfully diversify its generation mix to sources other than coal to meet the increasing demand for power. We are told the South Africa's energy requirements are running at 2% spare capacity instead of 10% minimum. South Africa needs 4,000 megawatts in energy reserves from somewhere for that peace of mind. Eskom and the government have failed our people through the lack of proper planning. The power failures that are taking place are adding to the crisis of political credibility that the post-apartheid democratic government is experiencing. The energy crisis is happening against the backdrop of community uprisings, strikes, student boycotts, and other forms of mass action that proliferate the country, indicating dissatisfaction and the perception of lack of delivery objectives. About 85% of the country's electricity is used by big business. That is, most of the electricity is used to make profits. Big business pays 8% per kilowatt, while domestic users 26 cents, whilst the mining bosses only pay 3 cents per unit. Is the dream of liberation indeed being trampled upon on the altar of profit? Eskom in the last 5 years retrenched 30,000 workers, half of its workforce, instead of retraining them. COPE says the solution lies in government being honest and more aggressive in introducing more competition in the supply of energy and the variety of renewable energy solutions. Honourable Speaker, the lack of urgent and focused investment direction will leave South Africa with a continued energy crisis and our country in darkness. I thank you.
The ANC.
Speaker, a second DA councillor, Mr. David Dues, is in trouble with the city of Johannesburg after reportedly failing to pay more than 400,000 rand in rates and taxes owed to the city. The DA councillor has not been paying rates and taxes on several business properties. According to the Finance Committee of the African National Congress in the city, the DA is aware of the councillor's failure to pay his rates and taxes, but are dragging their feet and are not taking any action against the councillor. They know that part of the privilege of being a councillor means not having to pay interest for outstanding city accounts for personal properties. Mr. Dues, however, does this on business properties and his behavior is unethical. It was also not too long ago that another DA councillor in Johannesburg, Daniel Netno, was handed over to the city lawyers for failing to pay more than 300,000 in rates and taxes. The ANC calls for the DA to take immediate action against Mr. Dues. The DA must practice what they preach. They should be ashamed of the fact that although this matter has been brought to their attention, no corrective action has been forthcoming. And even more disturbing, Speaker, is the fact that the DA leader of the council, to which these errant councillors, Mr. Dues and Netno, belong, has far-fetched aspirations of being the Premier of Gauteng after the elections.
The DA.
Honourable Speaker, the Democratic Alliance is angered and saddened by the tragic and senseless deaths of another 5 people who were caught in the crossfire during a gang shootout on the Cape Flats this weekend. The brutal gunning down of innocent civilians on the Cape Flats must be laid directly at the doors of Police Minister Nathi Mthethwa and President Jacob Zuma. The South African Police Service is a national competence, and the deployment of specialized units, such as anti-gang units, remains their responsibility. The DA and the Western Cape government have repeatedly called upon the ANC government for the reintroduction of the anti-gang units closed down by the then National Police Commissioner, Jackie Selebi. These calls have gone unheeded, and due to this, thousands of community members continue to live a life in fear. The SAPS has introduced an anti-gang unit in the Free State, which recorded 6,168 drug-related crimes in 2012-13. In comparison, the Western Cape recorded a staggering 82,062 drug-related crimes, 13 times higher than that of the Free State. So where are the Western Cape anti-gang units? Minister Mthethwa is putting ANC politics ahead of the safety of the people of the Western Cape, deliberately preventing the province from setting up crucial units so the DA-run province suffers. Under a national DA government, we will ensure that specialized units are set up throughout the country to respond to crime trends in all areas, regardless of who governs.
The ANC.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The ANC welcomes the bold decision by the South African Post Office to do away with labour brokers. in their employment processes of casual employees. Since this decision was taken in August 2012, 1,552 casual employees to date has been absorbed, while 6,428 still remain in the process, waiting to be absorbed. This decision by SAPO has resulted in the casual employees immediately receiving an average increase of around 35% in their salaries, which was going to be paid to labor brokers. We call upon SAPO and organized labor to work together as the process to absorb the remaining casual employees as it unfolds. This is a good story of state-owned company committed to decent work. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
That concludes member statements. Are there any ministerial responses? Honorable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Speaker. One suggestion, Speaker, might be for us to really be frank and say that the elections campaigns have really started in the House. Then at least we can place some of the statements in some kind of perspective. With reference to my statements quoted by the Honourable Member, on the other side, let me state what I said. Firstly, that the lack of adequate supply of electricity is a structural constraint on our economy. It's in the budget review, it's in speeches we have made. We don't hide that. Secondly, the delays in Medupi have had an impact both on the supply of electricity and would have changed the growth picture marginally had they been on time. Thirdly, the weather, it appears, did make some impact on the supply of the appropriate quality of coal, and we must accept that. Now, what's the sum total of all of this? The kick in the ankle is about saying, what do we want to do as South Africans? Remain paralyzed because we have a problem and shout we have a crisis? Or do we actually say, yes, we have a challenge, we have to adapt to the environment in which we exist.
Order, members, order. Proceed, Honourable Minister.
We have to accept that users have to change their behavior, whether they be households or businesses. Eskom will have to relook at certain of the arrangements it has for power supplies and the cost of that power supply, plus do something about the constraints. What are we doing about the constraints? We are, at the moment, in the process of developing 3 power stations. We have 110 billion rands of renewable IPPs and more to come. We have plans for a new coal power station if we actually require it. The IRP 2010 is being reviewed currently. Shale gas explorations will start shortly in this country. And if we look at this package, I reckon that in the next 2 years or so, we will have adequate electricity supply. But we have to admit that we have to make the adaptations necessary now in order to cope with the current situation. There's no lies.
Order, members.
There's absolute frankness about where we stand. So let us not mislead the public because it's election time.
I now invite the the Minister of Education. Oh, Minister of Higher Education. Or all education. Higher education.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Just to respond briefly to 2 statements. The Honorable Member of the IFP, please don't come and politicize whatever tensions and conflicts are there in our institutions. We must aim to support processes that will ensure that we minimize conflicts between students and management in our institutions. That's really cheap politicking. And I'm not even sure whether we are aware of what the details are, and you just want to appear to be politically correct. But we don't blame you. Umbutho vele usushonelwe ilanga wenza njalo ngoba lishonile ilanga enkatheni njengoba sasishilo. Secondly,
order, members, order. Honourable Member, take your seat.
Secondly,
Sasho sathi uma kuwumbuso wobandlululo nenkatha nayiyo yethuneni njengombuso wobandlululo. Yileyo inkinga yenu. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Meshwe mustn't come here and pretend as if he is neutral on the Palestinian question. At the heart of the problem in that part of the Middle East is the right of the Palestinian people to national self-determination and independence. Until and unless that issue is addressed, there won't be peace in the Middle East. We do support a two-state solution based on the borders prior to 1967. And, Reverend Mesho, if we are serious, you must join us in condemning the building of apartheid walls on Palestinian land. Built, by the way, by a funder of the Democratic Alliance. And we must also condemn the consistent violation of UN resolutions on the Palestinian question. And we must condemn the apartheid rezoning of Palestinian land, and also condemn the aggressive expansion of Israeli settlements into the Palestinian question.
Honourable Minister,
Don't come
your
here
time has
and pretend
expired.
as if we are actually neutral on this question. Thank you, Speaker.
Deputy Minister Nell, you have the floor, sir.
Speaker, thank you very much. In reacting to the statement by the Honourable Mr. Smith regarding the non-payment of rates and taxes by 2 DA councillors in Johannesburg, we can only express our deepest concern. We hope that those allegations are not true, and if they are true, that they be acted upon speedily. I think it is very worrying that as this House prepares to vote on the Municipal Property Rates Amendment Bill this afternoon, that there's a party here who's opposing that legislation, that is tolerating massive non-payment by its councillors. I think that is a cause for great, great concern. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any further ministerial requests for the floor? No? Order, members, order. Thank you very much. That concludes the ministerial responses. The Secretary will read the first order of the day.
Consideration of the report of the Standing Committee on Finance on the 2014 Fiscal Framework and Revenue Proposals.
Thank you very much. I now recognize the Honorable Famadi to address the House. And as you move to the podium, let's say happy birthday, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy President, Honorable Ministers, in particular Honorable Minister Godan, Deputy Minister Nene, Honorable Members, comrades and compatriots and colleagues to my left. The Minister's 2014 budget speech has drawn the most enthusiastic commentary of respected economists who lined up to give their views and interpretation of the budget in relation to the country's fiscal well-being. Most political and economic analysts concur that this is once again a balanced budget. Others called it a disciplined budget, with some going as far as saying politicians, particularly the African National Congress, will be disappointed because it is definitely not a typical election year budget. It is indeed not an election budget because the African National Congress government services communities on an ongoing basis, informed by the mandate received from the electorate in terms of our manifesto. commitments in particular, not promises. In the Reconstruction and Development Program, we said, and I quote, "The first priority is to begin to meet the basic needs of people, jobs, land, housing, water, electricity, telecommunications, transport, a clean and healthy environment, nutrition, healthcare, and social welfare." Indeed, honorable members, great strides have been made in addressing these challenges in the past 20 years. Significant progress has been registered, and yet we are the first to admit and acknowledge that much more still needs to be done. Working together with all South Africans, will be able to take South Africa forward. Some political commentators have made comments, assertions that seeks to reduce the work of a capable work of the collective under the wisdom of the President of the Republic of South Africa, President Jacob Zuma, and the collective ministers of finance, committee of ministers in the cabinet, seeking to alienate the Minister of Finance from this collective. We profusely refuse this destructive thinking. It is in this vein that we wish to recognize and recommend and commend the collective effort of the Honorable Minister of Finance, together with Ministers' Committee on the budget, as well as the invaluable input of Cabinet colleagues for their consistent and sterling work in putting together a credible budget before the Republic and the people of South Africa in general. Honorable Speaker, through this budget, we remain true to our commitment. We continue to be guided by the Reconstruction and Development Program, and for the past half a decade, the fiscal framework has been an evident narrative of consistency, stability, debt management, economic growth, job creation, fiscal prudence, the foundation of which was laid in 1994 under the first democratically elected president and our world icon, Ndate Nelson Mandela. The fiscal path over the last 20 years of our democracy has been a tool of assurance that the South Africa we have built since 1994 is indeed today a better place to live in and continues to inspire hope to millions of South Africans for an even better tomorrow. Honorable Speaker, from the submissions of interested parties during the public hearings, the committee agrees that the 2014 budget is underpinned by the following key principles. Under global environment, in terms of the economy, the global economic outlook remains to be a festering sore, particularly from the developed economies, and the developing world will continue to be the main pillar of the global economic recovery. Domestically, the South African economy has registered a lower economic growth than projected due to lower commodity prices and labor instability, particularly in the mining industry. The domestic currency remains volatile due to, amongst others, the quantitative easing measures by the Federal Reserve in the US. The budget deficit is now at 4%, lower than the projections, despite lower economic growth. This will narrow to 2.8% of the GDP over the medium-term expenditure period. Consolidated non-interest spending will increase only by 2% over the medium term. This is a remarkable achievement, Honorable Speaker. In line with the medium-term budget policy statement, we welcome the implementation of the expenditure ceiling in order to force government departments to reprioritize without undermining social security and service delivery programs. In terms of this budget, Honorable Speaker, again, the committee acknowledges that the budget will also support income tax relief to households, job creation in the private sector, infrastructure, particularly in the renewable energy supply, increment of child support grants, which will take care of over 16 million people in the MTF period. Support for businesses, it will increase support and tax relief to promote entrepreneurial development, financial support and subsistence for mainstream industries, i.e. agriculture. Steps have already been taken ensuring protection to secure income tax, particularly retirement benefits, in the prescribed assets environment. Therefore, it is our view as a committee, Honorable Speaker, that the fiscal framework presented supports a developmental program to support youth employment and protect the most vulnerable in our society, the aged, women and children. Furthermore, this budget re-emphasizes three fundamental aspects of the National Development Plan. It seeks to foster partnership, fiscal prudence, by capping in the budget and management of contingency grants, supporting transformational imperatives, particularly land redistribution programs, entrepreneurship and SMME development, and budget management, which seeks and focuses on managing public debt and the budget deficit over the next 3 years. Honorable members, it is important that we dispel some of the myths propagated by some members in and out of this House. And in that spirit, I wish to reiterate some of the important and valuable information that the Minister shared with us in his budget speech. Let me quote, "Your administration started out, Mr. President, with an economy that in rugby terms might be called a hospital pass. Furthermore, you said, we experienced a once-off 70-year economic earthquake, the aftershocks of which are not yet over. Today, we can report to the South African people on what we have done in the past 5 years to respond to this crisis. We began on a firm footing," close quote. Honorable Speaker, it is important to repeat some of this information precisely because some amongst us appear to either suffer from amnesia or selective memory, or worse still, they would never let facts stand in the way of a political point they wish to make. Accordingly, we have had certain leaders claiming that South Africa did not have a debt before 2009. The facts are as follows, Honorable Speaker. Firstly, in 2008-2009, the stock of debt of our gross government loan was 626 billion rand. Adjusted for cash balances, this figure becomes 525 billion rands. Net loan debt, in other words. Expressed as a percentage of the GDP, these figures translate to 23.1% and 18.7% respectively. Secondly, and perhaps very important, the figures I have referred to above are a far cry from what we inherited from the apartheid government, thanks to the successive ANC administration since 1994. For example, in 1994-1995, gross debt was 240 billion rand, or 46% of the GDP, while the net loan debt was 45.2%. While the absolute debt continued to rise to reach the levels I quoted earlier, we can say, and safely say without fear of contradicting ourselves, we succeeded to contain debt as a percentage of GDP, thus reducing it by 20 percentage points. Of course, as much as our debt has increased, we pride ourselves that such debt was incurred delivering services to the people. We have built millions of houses and connected many households to water and electricity. We have built schools and clinics. Through this budget, we intend to fast-track the redistribution of land, amongst other important programs of the government. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, I need to remind this House that when the 2008-2009 financial crisis broke, we had registered a budget surplus for 2 consecutive years. Honorable Speaker, I'm raising this precisely because some amongst us again have forgotten about global financial crisis. As the Minister of Finance had noted in his speech, we ran one of the biggest counter-cyclical fiscal stunts in the world. Correctly, when revenue fell shortly by 61 billion rand, we allowed the deficit to rise, invested in infrastructure, set up competitiveness enhancement packages, and expanded our public employment schemes. Today, we know that we were right because we have regained all the jobs we had lost during the crisis. The recently released Goldman Sachs study assessing the first 2 decades of our freedom made the following findings once more. Government debt costs have trended lower and foreign reserves have risen. The cost of capital has declined. Corporate valuations have improved relatively to that of global peers. Labor productivity has improved despite the challenges we have in the mining sector. Simply put, we saw increased economic growth, attracting the World International Monetary Fund, or the IMF, and the World Economic Forum appraisal of the ANC government on the competitiveness and regulatory framework, which compares with the best globally. This budget is characterized by budget reprioritization and recovery of the contingency reserves over the medium-term period. We are and will continue to remain the beacon of excellence and example to many, both in developed and emerging economies. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the Standing Committee on Finance, members in particular, for their good work, in particular the chairs and co-chairs, Honorable Charles de Beer, who has been a pillar of support in terms of the work that we all do, Honorable Sogoni and Honorable Chani, the Minister of Finance, Mr. Pravin Gordhan, the Deputy Minister of Finance, Mr. Motlanthe Nene, and the Director General, Lungise Fuzile. SARS official, I must say, Honorable Speaker, that the foundation of fiscal stability and the foundation of revenue collection was and still will remain laid by the current Minister of Finance, Honorable Minister Pravin Gordhan. And I want to say that legacy continues to prevail under the current Acting Commissioner of the South African Revenue Services, Mr. Ivan Pillay. With this foundation, we have managed to put strategies that have become the pillar of our revenue and supporting the national purse. Former commissioners also played a very important role in pursuing this goal. Let me also thank the staff in the National Treasury, particularly under the leadership of the Director General, for the work done in the past 5 years. Honorable Speaker, the ANC supports the fiscal framework and revenue proposals for the 2014 budget. I put this report to be considered by the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. May I request the members who are standing around in the passages having long conversations to take up their seats, please. Thank you. I now recognize the Honourable Harris.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. As a birthday present to the committee chairman, let me recap some of the credits that the budget speech got from some analysts and commentators. There are 3 things I want to cover. Firstly, the sentiment expressed in the budget that underlines how government needs to work with the private sector and move to implementation on the National Development Plan. Secondly, the reassurance for rating agencies that coming in with a budget deficit figure lower than expected. And thirdly, introducing an expenditure ceiling and projections for cost containment on savings on items like catering, entertainment, and venue rental. So overall, some analysts were relieved that this was a conservative budget. But the DA has to ask itself, when 7 million South Africans are unemployed and we have the highest unemployment rate amongst middle-income countries, is a conservative budget good enough? When our economy is growing at less than 2% per year, while other emerging markets are growing at 4 to 6%, is a conservative budget good enough? The finance minister avoids these awkward questions And he stayed on message for the governing party's election campaign by suggesting that this budget should be judged by the fact that our country is better today than it was under apartheid. Of course, we all know that isn't debatable. We have all acknowledged that things are better today than under apartheid. The real question, Honourable House Chairperson, is how this administration has performed over the past 5 years and whether this budget before the House is strong enough and brave enough to take us out of the economic doldrums. Because no member in this House would deny that the global financial crisis had a central role to play in the deterioration of our economy in 2009. The Minister described this in great detail in his speech. But what he didn't describe is how South Africa, unlike most emerging markets, suffered a double crisis. The global financial crisis on one hand, and a crisis of political leadership on the other. Because while our economy grew at 1.9% last year, Peru, Malaysia, Chile, you've all heard these countries before in recent weeks, they are growing at 4 to 6%. While political leaders in those countries and other developing countries responded to the global financial crisis by implementing reforms to make their economies more competitive today, our leaders muddled along, tabling contradictory economic plans and refusing to take on vested interest rights at the top of government. That is why, Honourable Member, our average GDP growth has dropped from 4.2% under President Mbeki to 2.8% under President Zuma. The President himself acknowledged in his speech today that growth has not been adequate to meet the objective of reducing unemployment substantially. Because the bottom line is today there are 1.4 million more unemployed South Africans than there were on the day that President Zuma took office. So, Honourable Speaker, the only way we can really measure this budget is by asking two questions. Does it do enough to help our economy create jobs? And does it do enough to accelerate economic growth? And I think the answer to both of these questions is no. And that's why we cannot support this report, nor the fiscal framework. Because if you dig a little deeper, even the aspects of the speech that I welcomed earlier on are problematic. It's very well for the Finance Minister to make the right noises about implementing the NDP each February, but South Africans have seen that this government doesn't listen to him, and the implementation doesn't happen. Secondly, the main reason we hit that lower budget deficit figure is because the provinces underspent by 6.7 billion rand, reflecting deep capacity problems across ANC-run provinces. It's also not clear that government will comply with the Finance Minister's cost containment measures. We remember the Northwest Premier at the end of last year buying herself a 1.3 million rand car. We saw the Mpumalanga Premier buying himself an Audi A8, a BMW X5 and a Range Rover. We saw the budget for this year's presidential inauguration increase to 120 million rand, 60% more than what we spent last time. And there are other deeper structural problems in this budget, Honourable House Chairperson. We're told that government debt as a percentage of GDP will peak in 3 years' time. But peak means it's got to come down afterwards. So why has last year's peak of 40% in 2015 changed to a new peak of 44% in 2016? It raises serious questions, at the very least, about long-term sustainability of our government finances, particularly when already today 1 rand out of every 10 we spend goes into paying off debt. There's also been a lot of fuss about the trillion rand we spent on infrastructure over the past 5 years. But if you go with the amounts the NDP says we should be spending on infrastructure, that number should have been more than 1.5 trillion. The 847 billion that the Minister is claiming over the next 3 years should actually be over 1.2 trillion. The bottom line is we're not spending enough on infrastructure. And while the Minister pays lip service to the NDP, the actual implementation has not happened. Why are we not holding teachers accountable for their performance? Why have we not seen the regulatory reform we need to boost growth? Why have we not overhauled the public service to hold government employers accountable? Why are we increasing barriers to trade and investment rather than lowering them? The implementation has not happened because the ideological enemies of the NDP are many, they sit in the highest levels of government, and the President is not prepared to take them on. That is why South Africans do not have confidence that the good sentiments expressed each year by the Finance Minister will translate into real action by government. It's the reason why, despite being the largest economy in Africa, we are not benefiting from African growth of 6%. And while we have the largest endowment of mineral resources, our mining sector has contracted by 0.5% for the past 3 years. It is also the reason, House Chairperson, why this budget is too conservative to tackle unemployment and slow growth, and the reason why we cannot support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Singh.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Deputy President and colleagues. Our fiscal framework and revenue proposals must continually strive to align themselves with the national development plan of this country. At the current economic growth rates of sub 2%, it is imperative that we focus on creating an economic environment that will bolster economic recovery and growth. This we can do, Honourable Chairperson, largely by creating the necessary space within which our SMMEs can flourish and by utilizing the limited fiscal space available to the utmost benefit of our economy. Wasteful expenditure by government must become a thing of the past. It is high time that government starts taking a very serious and responsible look in terms of how they spend taxpayers' money. Honourable Speaker, I have a good story to tell. However, it is not about the ruling party or the government. It is about the nameless South African taxpayers who continue to support this country. The citizens and corporates that compromise our tax base are the real heroes of this country. This government should thank them every day, for without their contributions, very little of the infrastructure and social spend would be achieved. However, Honourable Chairperson, these taxpayers need to receive value for their money. And unfortunately, there are challenges that befall us as a country. South Africa is riddled with many dishonest people who, through their stealing, lessen our ability to learn, work, and survive. Dishonesty means that state procurement laws are abused and officials steal money from service delivery projects to enrich themselves and their families. Those guilty of stealing very often escape public prosecution. People are hired based on their party affiliation and not their competence. State-owned enterprises and departments often cannot function properly because their resources are used to advance the political and financial interests of the elite. Big business steals your money and my money by colluding to fix prices for essential items like bread. Law enforcement officers often break the law by soliciting bribes, hijacking, extorting, pimping, assaulting, raping, and murdering those they are meant to protect. Honourable Chairperson, I am sure we all in this House agree that corruption is a cancer that is not easy to remove. If allowed to thrive, it becomes a culture that will steal our future. We as South Africans must not tolerate dishonesty. We must refuse to be part of it. We must report it, and we must demand a justice system that punishes it. The IFP believes in fighting corruption with a zero-tolerance policy. Honourable Chairperson, that government net debt continues to grow is a matter of concern, and we look forward to seeing how current policy deals with creating more fiscal space in the next 3 years by reducing the ratio of government debt to GDP. As the IFP, we will support this fiscal framework, but will look closely as we move forward into the coming years. Honourable Chairperson, in the last 20 seconds I do know that the Honourable Minister does not reply to the Division of Revenue Bill, and this might be his last reply as Minister of Finance. And as IFP and as a member of the committee, I wish the Honourable Minister well. You have certainly done an admirable job. We trust that the Honourable President, post the May 7th elections, sees his or her way to retain you as Minister of Finance. You certainly have unfinished business, and we thank you, Honourable Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Kwankwa.
Well, thank you very much, Chairperson, Deputy President, honourable members. Economies around the world, including ours, have since the financial crisis in 2008 struggled to return back to pre-subprime crisis economic performance levels. This decline in business activity has resulted in massive job losses, business closures, and many families finding it difficult to make ends meet. Despite these challenges, good strides in economic and social development have been made to boost the economy, create jobs, and reduce poverty. Chairperson, one of the good things that the Minister and the Department have done over the past few months is that they've heeded the call to reduce costs by keeping an eye on and actively seeking ways to moderate the public sector wage bill and by introducing a wide range of measures to try and cut costs within the system. We also commend government for ensuring that the consolidated budget deficit came down from 4.2% in October last year to about 4.4%. However, while it makes sense to, in light of the current general economic decline, run a budget deficit of 4% in the medium term to support our developmental objectives, the budget deficit viewed together with the rising public debt, which stands at just over 40% of GDP, gives an impression that government is struggling to embark on a fiscal consolidation program. Yes, we are aware that the rising global interest rates have been a major contributing factor to the rise in debt cost services of government. We are also cognizant of the fact that significant steps have been taken to improve the management of the public debt and that currently only about 10% of public debt is in foreign currency. However, the United Democratic Movement believes that more needs to be done to improve efficiency in government, fight corruption, as this is essential in reducing and bringing South Africa's debt levels to sustainable levels. Chairperson, labor unrest is hurting the South African economy and results in the loss of our country's competitiveness. Nowhere is this loss of competitiveness more evident than in the current account deficit of approximately 6% and the fact that South Africa's net portfolio investments declined to 24.3 billion in 2013 from 88.8 billion in 2012. Mr. Minister, it concerns us that South Africa's large current account deficit, together with the budget deficit, are beginning to attract the attention of rating agencies which already have a negative outlook on South Africa. The UDM calls on government to take steps to improve the depressing investment climate in South Africa in order to ensure private investment, both portfolio and in particular foreign direct investment, is rekindled. This is one of the most essential ways to achieve economic growth rates that are necessary to arrest poverty in South Africa. Mr. Minister, it makes us uneasy to see that government's debt and deficit reduction program seems to principally depend on the optimistic economic growth forecasts.
Honourable Member, your time is expired.
Oh, well, thank you. Jabule.
The next speaker is the Honourable Alberts.
Thank you, Chair. Minister Gordon, we admit that you have a very difficult job. There are many competing issues and causes worthy of intervention and funding, but one cannot, due to limited income, attend to all as one would like. We think you are doing a good job in the circumstances, and for that we are thankful. We have a country partitioned between a very modern economy on the one hand and dire socioeconomic challenges on the other. It is thus easy to fall into a trap where one merely distributes or redistributes wealth from one side to the other. The challenge, of course, worldwide is to ensure that the middle class grows and that people are uplifted without resorting to killing the proverbial goose that lays the golden eggs. The ANC talks about the developmental state as the governmental instrument to perform this function. In this respect, the apt word is development, as opposed to mere redistribution that does not solve the poverty problem. Daarom is dit goed dat die minister wil sorg dat Afrikaners meer spaar. Toch aan die ander kant betaal die gewone man en vrou in die straat steeds te veel belasting. Die beplande belastings op myne en olieontginners gaan die industrie breek. Enige koolstofbelasting moet nie teruggeploeg word in die algemene fiskus nie, maar moet eerder geoormerk word vir groenprojekte vir beide werksgeleenthede en skoon energie. Daar moet kreatief gekyk word hoe die gewone man en vrou se belastingverlas verlig kan word deur byvoorbeeld ander belasting kreatief te kan inspan, soos belastings op groot riskante beleggingsinstrumente wat die positiewe sosiale effek sal hê dat swak beleggings in toksiese finansiële instrumente nie gedoen sal word nie. Lastly, Minister, I will also ask you to kindly look at two important matters with huge possible financial repercussions. The first is the 80 billion rand class action claim against Transnet, instituted by the Transnet pensioners. If this claim is successful, the credit status of the Transnet and other parastatals by association and probably national government itself will be severely downgraded. There is, however, a way out of this impasse if you are willing to talk to us. The same goes for the intractable e-tolls problem. A win-win scenario is still possible if you are willing to talk to us and other interested organizations. We think that we can submit a plan that will take us out of this impasse that will benefit the country as a whole as well as the affected individuals. Ons hoop om graag van die minister in hierdie verband te hoor. Dankie vir jou harde werk, minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Adams.
Agbare huisvoorsitter, agbare adjunct president, agbare minister Gordon, agbare adjunct minister Nene, agbare lede van die huis, kamerade. Die 2014 begroting soos voorgelê deur die minister van Finansies lê die grondslag vir strukturele hervormings wat vir die volgende regeringstermyn in die vooruitsig gestel is. Dit lê die middelebron uiteen wat aangewend sal word vir die verskerpte inwerkingstelling van die nasionale ontwikkelingsplan. Dit word ter tafel gelê in die wete dat alle Suid-Afrikaners voordeel sal trek uit die deurlopende transformasie van die samelewing. Ons ontwikkelings- en ekonomiese agenda moet deur die staat gedryf word en die wetgewende arm van die staat het 'n belangrike rol hierin te speel deur die nodige wetgewende en regulatoriese omgewing te skep. Hiervoor is die staat in vennootskap met die private sektor om diversiteit en die ruimte te skep vir meer swart Suid-Afrikaners en meer vroue om deel van die ekonomie te wees. Die klem is weer eens op eienaarskappatrone en die produksiemiddele en vereis 'n verskerpte aandag op ons ontwikkelingsagenda. Dit het 'n diepgaande impak op die voorstelle wat met behulp van 'n reeks maatreëls bereik moet word, soos vervat in die ontwikkelingsblauwdruk, naamlik die nasionale ontwikkelingsplan. Die ekonomiese en breër ontwikkelingsplanne vir die tydperk wat voorlê, is gefokus op ekonomiese transformasie noodsaaklikhede, wat groei sal versnel, 'n meer inklusiewe ekonomie sal bou, geleenthede sal skep en 'n meer gelyke samelewing daar sal stel. Die aanvaarding van die nasionale ontwikkelingsplan as die langtermyn raamwerk vir ekonomiese groei en sosiale ontwikkeling staan sentraal tot die planne wat deur die 2014 begroting befonds word. Die plan dien as gids vir die toekenning van openbare bronne en erken die behoefte om te diversifiseer, om uitvoerbaar mededinging te verhoog en vennootskappe te skep ten einde die geïdentifiseerde uitdagings die hoof te bied. Begrotingsprioriteite sluit in belegging in infrastruktuur, in diensneming van die jeug, verbetering van dienslewering, ondersteuning oor die langtermyn van gemeenskapwerkprogram, hulp aan kleinskale boere, klein, medium en mikroondernemings, belastingaansporings vir die indiensneming van persone wat die eerste keer begin werk, die uitgebreide openbare werkeprogram, spesiale ekonomiese sones en openbare infrastruktuurbelegging. Gelei deur die verwagtinge van die Vryheidsmanifest, het die ANC 'n duidelike en omvattende visie vir Suid-Afrika in die jaar 2030, naamlik die van hoër groei, skepping van ordentlike werk en groter gelykheid. Beide die mediumtermyn begrotingsbeleidsverklaring van Oktober 2013 en die ANC se 5-jaar manifest vir die tydperk 2014 tot 2019 verskaf die implementeringsfase van hierdie visie, waarmee daar 'n verskil in die lewens van alle Suid-Afrikaners bewerkstellig sal word. Hiermee word ons prioriteite vir die volgende fase van ons radikale ekonomiese transformasie in werking gestel. Die nasionale ontwikkelingsplan maak voorsiening vir 'n sosiale ooreenkoms om armoede en ongelykhede uit te wis en werksgeleenthede en beleggingsgeleenthede te verhoog. Dit word aanvaar dat om vinniger vordering met die uitwissing van armoede te maak, ons ekonomie in die rigting van 'n minimum van 5% per jaar moet groei. Om dit te bereik en om 'n groeikoers te vestig wat inklusief is en swart ekonomiese ontwikkeling vinniger bevorder, is daar 'n wye reeks inisiatiewe in die pyplyne. Die inisiatiewe sluit in versnelde infrastruktuurbelegging, nuwe ruimtelike planne vir stedelike ontwikkeling, verbeterde openbare vervoer en die opgradering van informele nedersettings, ondersteunings vir spesiale ekonomiese sones en vervaardigingsaansporings soos uiteengesit in die industriële beleid aksieplan IPAP, belastingaansporings om jeugindiensneming te bevorder, verdere uitbreiding van openbare werksprogramme, hernuide fokus op verantwoordbare en kwaliteit van onderwys, verdere infrasering van nasionale gesondheidsversekering, verdere beleggings in hernubare energie, agbare lid Alberts, en ondersteuning vir die oorskakeling van 'n lae koolstof-ekonomie, en stappe om die staatsdiens te professionaliseer en die bestuur van verkryging van voorraadketting op te knap. Ons kan tesame Suid-Afrika vorentoe neem. Agbare huisvoorsitter, ons kan maar net die ANC-regering en tesourie bedank dat die inkomende administrasie 'n gesonde stelsel van openbare finansies erf wat 'n platform verskaf vir die implementering van die nasionale ontwikkelingsplan en 'n raamwerk vorm vir die samewerking met alle belanghebbendes in die verdere ontwikkeling van die ekonomiese transformasie. Werkskepping sal die sentrale prioriteit van die ANC bly. Ons gee erkenning aan die feit dat werkskepping sedert 2009 met ongeveer 1,3 miljoen toegeneem het, soos aangeteken deur die kwartaallikse arbeidsmagopname. Verhoogde belegging in die ekonomie deur beide die openbare en privaat sektore is die grondslag van werkskepping en groei. Ons kan gesaam Suid-Afrika vorentoe neem. Belastingvoorstelle vir die 2014 begroting prioritiseer steeds ekonomiese groei, werkskepping en generering van voldoende inkomste om staatsuitgawes te finansier wat strook met die oogmerke van die nasionale ontwikkelingsplan ten opsigte van die uitbreiding van die ekonomie en vermindering van werkloosheid. Vordering en verbeterde toegang van onderwys is oor die afgelope 5 jaar gemaak. Soos beklemtoon in die nasionale ontwikkelingsplan is die verbetering in die onderwys van kritiese belang. Die 2014 begroting gee dan ook hieraan spesiale aandag. Education is not only a way to improve life, but education is life. Die aanbesebeleid is die van inklusiewe groei, om die siklus van groei en ontwikkeling te versterk. Oor die mediumtermyn word verskeie belastingmaatreëls gerig op strukturele ekonomiese uitdagings en die bevordering van sterker en meer inklusiewe groei. Die nasionale ontwikkelingsplan is 'n plan vir die fundamentele transformasie waarin ons jeug gemobiliseer en alle Suid-Afrikaners byeengebring word. Elkeen van ons het 'n rol om te speel. Elkeen van ons het 'n verpligting om na te kom. Die DA baseer debatte op media-analise eerder as op die begrotingsrede. Agbare Harris is duidelik onbewus van enige finansiële hervormings wat deur die ANC-geleide regering gedoen is. Ons kan tesame Suid-Afrika vorentoe neem. Die ANC ondersteun die fiskale raamwerk en inkomstevoorstelle. Ek dank u.
Dankie, agbare lid. I now recognize the Honourable Swart.
Thank you, Chairperson. The ACDP supports the report on the 2014 fiscal framework and revenue proposals. We know that the budget was very well received by commentators, economists, and we as the ACDP believe the Minister has not departed from the prudent counter-cyclical fiscal policy, notwithstanding the labour unrest in the mining sector, as well as slowing global and domestic economic growth prospects. We also are pleased to see that the budget is now firmly aligned with the National Development Plan, and this we believe provides certainty, policy certainty, and that is what investors are always looking. Both foreign and domestic investors look for policy certainty. And it sends a very clear message to reassure those investors and credit rating agencies that National Treasury will not deviate from its trademark fiscal conservatism notwithstanding political pressure from various quarters. In our view, and as other media commentators pointed out, prudence has trumped over populism. But we also need to bear in mind that the fiscal outlook for the years ahead is going to be challenging. And with the onset of the 2009 recession, government was able to use the fiscal space built in the preceding years to support the economy. However, there is now very little space to move. The changed environment has significant implications for revenue collection, with global interest rates rising, with the rand depreciation and weaker commodity prices having significant fiscal implications. Our projected debt service costs for 2014-15 are 5 billion rand higher than estimated in October 2013, and that obviously is a cause for concern. And of course, our economic growth remains below our potential, with the terms of trade deteriorating, and they're unlikely to improve over the medium term. And a weaker outlook for commodity prices, as pointed out in the report, has contributed to a downward revision of the estimated tax revenue. Now, we share concern about the debt to GDP ratio, as pointed out by my colleague from the DA, and that it will reach just under 45% in the outgoing years, up from 40% that was earlier indicated. Debt service costs rise faster than any other category of spending over the medium term, which crowds out spending, in our view, on developmental priorities. We also, of course, need to look at our wage bill, which increasing almost 40% of the consolidated non-interest expenditure is spent on our wage bill. And we know, of course, that a new wage bill will have to be negotiated with a 3-year bargaining cycle coming to an end. We must have an affordable wage sector wage agreement that will have to be negotiated. We support government's cutting down on wasteful expenditure. Minister, your announcements in those regards, but clearly much more needs to be done, and across the House we are in agreement with that. The estimated 30 billion rand being misappropriated must be addressed. Minister, may we wish you everything of the best. Chairperson Mafumadi, may we congratulate you on your birthday as well today, and the ACDP, as indicated, will support the budget and the fiscal report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Bula.
Honourable Chairperson, central to the fiscal framework is our economic growth. While the DA likes to criticize our government for lack of growth, the statistics, however, tell a completely different story. Let me tell you, 15 years prior to our democratic dispensation, our growth rate was a dismal 1.5% per year. However, in the last 20 years, we have had a stable growth rate of more than 3%. This reflects and confirms undoubtedly we have a good story to tell. The plan represented by the Minister is both reliable and stable. This will do a lot to inspire investor confidence. Unlike the DA, who concocts ridiculous figures to fool the masses, they must stop living on stupidity. They have stated that an 8% growth rate is the solution to our problems. Satanism must be rife within the DA. Where did they get this 8%? Was it Satanism whispering in their ear?
Honourable Member, Honourable Bula. Honourable Bula, will you just sit down, please?
Chairperson, may I ask the Honourable Member...
Order, Honourable Members. Honourable Members, Chief Whips, you don't need to compete. I will take the Honourable van der Merwe first and then the Honourable Watson. Honourable van der Merwe.
Hy het van my gepraat, man.
Order.
Chairperson, I want to know if I can ask the Honourable Member a very easy question.
Honourable Bula, are you prepared to take a very easy question?
I'll take it in the end.
He'll take it at the end. Now, there's another point of order, Honourable Bula, from the Honourable Watson.
House Chair, would you rule whether it's parliamentary for a member at the podium to say that another party is rife with Satanism?
Order, Honourable Members.
I would think that's totally unparliamentary.
Honourable Member, I will look into Ansat. It was a reference to the party and not a specific individual, but I will look into the Ansat and come back with a ruling if necessary. Honourable Bula, you may continue.
Was it Satanism whispering in their ear, telling them how to prolong the suffering of the masses? Honorable Chairperson, now is not the time for lofty ideas and wishful thinking. We need to be realistic in our targets for our GDP growth, as it will provide stability to our long-term growth path and expected revenue, as opposed to chasing unattainable ideals. We need to further contain cost increase, the efficiency of government, and thereby decrease the national debt. The MF therefore lauds the implementation of the debt ceilings mentioned by the Minister in 2012 across all departments, and I am sure we will see further results in the next few months. I commend the Honourable Minister on the higher than expected tax revenue for the 2013 fiscal year. This shows that sound policies and good management...
Honourable Bula, will you just sit down, please? Yes, Honourable Member.
Can I please, in terms of my previous point of order, draw your attention to Rule 63, offensive language that says no member shall
Honourable
use...
Chief Whip.
Can I continue, please?
Honourable Chief Whip, I've already said
No, but-
that I will consult Hansard and I'll come back with a ruling. What you are saying now is not going to assist what we're busy with at the moment, please.
But Honourable
Can you
Chair,
continue with the debate?
Honourable Chair, you said it was addressing the party. Members of this party are offended
Honourable
in
Member,
terms of this rule.
Honourable Member, your point of order is noted. It is a reference to a party and not to a specific member. Continue, Honourable Bula.
This shows that sound policies and good management are the drivers behind the good story that we are telling. Great results like this allows government to spend on pertinent issues like a livable increase in social grants for the poor and marginalized communities. And the MF welcomes this and will consistently advocate for a greater increase and an inclusive basket of services for older people, health, housing, basic services, etc. We further commend the Minister for not bending the knee to lower taxes in an election year and by implication decrease the revenue, indeed in order to score cheap political points. Contrary to this, the DA campaigned hard for tax cuts for everyone. This is understandable, Chairperson, as the DA would do anything to protect the elite support base. The cuts for the rich millions in our country will not help the right on the wrongs. The past will be there and indeed will cover a hardship for our national debt. Parties must not come like the DA and blow their hot air. Yes, indeed, with our country's deficit. We acknowledge that we will be spending more than we have, but people are unemployed, poverty is rife, and the gap between the rich and the poor is increasing. We simply must do more to ensure that we are delivering to these destitute communities, deficit or no deficit. Let us not allow the rest of the country to end up like the sad story of the Western Cape with its growing gap between the rich and the poor. Let us instead do all that we can to achieve realistic goals, to keep on telling the good story of the 20 years of democracy that indeed is associated with President Zuma's administration and of course, indeed, Madiba's inspirational,
Honourable
spiritual
Member,
guideline
has
which serves
expired.
as a protective shield, and the MF will support the budget and the framework.
Order, Honourable Members. The next speaker is the Honourable Ross.
Thank you, Chairperson. The Honourable Bula once again surprised me with his attack on the DA, an unfounded attack and once again not very much substance. But may I just note that his application to become a member of the DA and to serve the DA has been rejected. But we wish him all the best. We wish him a happy retirement and we wish him a good story in his retirement. Chairperson, this year Minister Gordon tabled a budget that held the line against populist pressure to spend more. The budget holds the line in committing government to spending limits of 1.25 trillion in 2014 and 2015. And whilst the Fiscal Consolidation, Minister, is an impressive accomplishment, and yes, Chairperson, we've noted the global crisis, as you mentioned, and we know that some good work has been done. But it is the hard realities in the budget framework and in the economic outlook that force government to implement prudent policies to achieve a decline in expenditure. Hard realities in the budget framework indicate inter alia a budget deficit of 4% to GDP, whilst the current account deficit is expected to average 5.7% of GDP and debt peaking at 44% of GDP. Honourable Minister, with regards to debt, It is the way a government handles its debts that is crucial to any economy, more so in a developing economy like South Africa. With debt at 44%, Moody's did send us a very clear message. Our debt level should not increase, but the risk of happening still exists. And especially noting that salary payments to public servants remained unchanged, and the public sector wage bill, and I think the Minister shares my concern with regards to this, constitutes 57% of expenditure in the budget and is 6.5% of GDP. Also, the challenge of meeting debt service cost of 114 billion in 2014-2015 and 126 billion and 139 billion in the medium term, and that will have an effect on our ability to reduce the budget deficit. Noting these challenges, it's evident that the fiscal boat could hit some turbulent waters with regards to cost and expenditure. The Minister indicated that Treasury was running a safe and stable fiscal ship. Therefore, boosting economic growth, and I think the Minister will agree with me, becomes essential. Essential, Honourable Chair, because we know that if we don't get growth going, there will be no money. GDP growth is projected at 2.7% in 2014. The current 2% growth is way below the growth of our peers in Africa. Major rating agencies, and I seem to differ a bit with my colleague and chairperson in the Finance Committee about the response by agencies and critics, and we think that the analysts appear to be skeptical about the forecast in the budget for growth and the current account deficit. It is also evident that in the event of the economy underperforming in growth, the fiscal boat could indeed hit some rough waters this year. In a crisis like the current energy crisis that undermines our potential to achieve economic growth required, it is essential that we take the right steps. Chairperson, we know that load shedding has a devastating effect on the economy, and we've seen it in 2008, where the blackouts cost the country an estimated 200 million per day. And the cost today is certainly perhaps double that cost. But what is worst about the present energy crisis is that it could have been entirely avoidable. Indeed, for several years, South Africa has been told that excessive electricity price increases were necessary precisely to avoid the blackouts, to keep the lights burning. What has happened? We saw flaws with regards to the Eskom pricing formula. We saw some misunderstanding with regards to the cost of replacement of assets and the return on assets for government. Although we have moved closer to inflation-related tariffs, there is a further 8% average increase in electricity prices scheduled for 1 April. But what can we do? And that's what the Minister asked. What can we do? Do we have any proposals? Yes, indeed, we have those proposals. The DA will request a full NERSA investigation into the causes of the current electricity supply shortages, including recommendations of who should be held accountable. We will ask once again that Eskom provide us with all documentation and contracts relating to the Medupi Power Station project. It is clear that infrastructure investment of 10% to GDP, Minister, cannot be solely funded through the national fiscus. And I agree with you, Minister, that we need to go to innovating funding models, and we've spoken about it in the Q&A session.
Honourable Member, your time is expired.
Thank you, sir.
The next speaker is the Honourable Uyenge.
Sihlalo ndivumele ndikhahlele kusekela mongameli welizwe abaphathiswa osekela abaphathiswa amalungu abekekileyo alendlu ndithi egameni lombutho wesizwe Mpilonde Sihlalo mfo kaMfamadi ngalemini yokufika kwakho emhlabeni. The African National Congress, as a responsible organization, has another story to tell, a big one on taxation. Honorable Chair, I would like to present the input as viewed by the African National Congress as an answer in terms of ensuring that the sustainable public finances and a stable tax base is the anchor of the country. The ANC government, therefore, has over the past 20 years ensured the protection of the tax revenue base so as to support the fiscal whilst ensuring that the system remains fair. In keeping with this approach, the ANC government continues to support the long-term policy objectives of inclusive growth, employment, development, and fiscal sustainability within the ANC government's overall free fiscal framework. And in the context of a rapid globalization, South Africa's tax reform since 1994 has sought to improve the efficiency, equity, and international competitiveness of its tax system. Honorable Chairperson, these far-reaching changes implemented in the tax system are informed by both the ANC's domestic fiscal policy priorities and responding to the economic globalization. Broadening the tax base and reducing statutory tax rates are central pillars of the ANC government's tax reform agenda. Your Honor, tax amendment proposals have therefore been guided by equity and fairness, efficiency, intersectoral neutrality, certainty and consistency, simplicity in administration, and a lighter compliance burden for taxpayers, all as central tenets of a good tax design and sound tax principles. Over the past 20 years of democracy, the African National Congress tax amendment proposals have therefore been guided by the following. One, the principle of equity, whereby all residents should contribute to the fiscus in proportion to their ability to do so. The principles of simplicity in that taxes should be easy to understand and should be collected in a timely and convenient manner. Your Honor, the principles of transparency and certainty in the way taxes are calculated and collected, being certain and supported by transparent rules and procedures. The principles of efficiency that cause taxes to be raised in a way that minimally interferes with economic decision-making. Honorable Chairperson, meeting South Africa's development challenges requires sufficient revenue to fund key expenditure priorities, according to the Honorable Minister of this department, while ensuring that public debt and debt service costs are contained and avoid overburdening to taxpayers. At the heart of the fiscal achievement is the financial management of the fiscus and dramatic improvements in revenue collection by the South African Revenue Services, as well as disciplined spending choices. One of SARS' strategic objectives is to grow the tax register and thereby broaden the South African tax base. Your Honor, SARS has sought to increase the number of registered taxpayers through tax education, outreach, and enforcement initiatives. The cost of revenue collection is an important indicator of efficiency of SARS and is generally used as a benchmark internationally. This ratio is calculated by expressing the cost of internal operation as a percentage of total tax revenue. During the past 5 years, Your Honor, the cost of revenue collections varied between a low of 1.04% in 2008-9 to a high of 1.17% in 2009-10. This surge was mainly due to the extensive modernization investment which significantly improved the efficiency of its operations and specifically accelerated processing turnaround times, raised service levels, and increased efficiencies. Your Honor, for the 2012-13 budget, the ratio was 1.07%, slightly lower than the previous year, due to operating costs increasing at a lower rate than the revenue. Among key factors which have encouraged growth in compliance are improvements in the ease of submission through electronic filing, pre-population of returns and third-party validations, along with the introduction of penalties of outstanding returns. E-filing continues to grow and less than 1% of filers still make use of the paper-based channels to submit their returns, which is a massive improvement from the 98.8% that made use of paper-based channels in 2006. During the 2009 tax season, 2.3% million returns were assessed within 24 hours. This volume increased by 18% in the 2010 season to 2.7 million returns. Honorable Speaker, since 1994, tax policy has consistently delivered revenue growth that has enabled the fiscus to reduce deficit while expanding public services. The program of fiscal discipline, sound fiscal management, efficient taxation, focused spending programs, and continual tax relief remain hallmarks of the African National Congress government's taxation policy. All of these principles have been both national and internationally recognized as defining features of financial management and have seen the ANC lauded globally in this regard. Robust growth in tax revenue has contributed to the continued strong fiscal position that provides the platform to further tax reforms in every consecutive year's budget. The ANC government remains committed to a tax reform program that improves the efficiency of the South African economy and contributes materially to investment and job creation. In conclusion, Your Honor, the good story is that over 2 decades, the African National Congress administration has built a progressive tax system founded on the principles of equity, simplicity, transparency, certainty, and efficiency, and that through the efficiency of SARS tax revenue have remained buoyant in 2013-14, with the result that the revenue estimate presented in last year's budget could be revised upwards by $1 billion to 899 billion. The ANC believes that government has a duty to ensure that conditions are created to meet the basic needs of the population, and in context of taxation, this will be achieved through a fair and progressive and efficient system of taxation. Your Honor, if one had to be deterred by the views of the opposition, especially the Honorable Harris, who has the audacity to come onto this podium and present tautology in the name of presenting the same input that he presented during the debate of the State of the Nation address, of which it is something that undermines the integrity of the members that are listening and the communities that have brought us here. Your Honor, the Honorable Minister has applauded a number of aspects that have come up from the department, and in that, the cost effectiveness in spending is a cornerstone of all such aspects. And the fact that we need to be responsible enough and work together does not necessarily mean kufuneka kubekho i-looting spree apha, kube ngathi kufe inkomo, ibe ngulowo athi ndimanqa, athi omnye ndimafu, athi omnye ndizawubamba intloko, njengokuba abanye bezibona bengopremier base-Eastern Cape, abanye bekhethe oGauteng. Akuqhubeki loo nto in South Africa. Abantu base-South Africa have been liberated for the past 20 years, and they have a reason to put their axes, and they will do that come the 7th of May this year. The African National Congress, therefore, supports this report, Your Honor, the fiscal framework and revenue proposals, in order to ensure that the gap between the haves and have-nots is not just lessened, but it is closed. And it will be closed as long as business will go further and assist government by employing more than government can, because government is not an employment agency. Government has a responsibility to ensure that it creates a conducive climate for business to do the work, and part of that work is to employ. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognize the Honourable the Minister of Finance.
Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Deputy President, the Chairperson of the Committee, Mr. Mufamadi, and members of the committee on both sides of the House. Thank you for the various contributions, and happy birthday, Mr. Mufamadi. I don't know whether it's protocol to sing happy birthday, but if the chairperson would allow it, I'm sure the opposition would lead it. Let me first reiterate, Chairperson, the foundations of the budget. Firstly, we were going to ensure fiscal sustainability. We're not running a reckless ship, and I think it'll be wrong, both factually and otherwise, if in the search for votes in the coming elections, we start misrepresenting the facts. Secondly, we try to get a balance right between supporting the social wage, meaning housing, education, public transport, and social grants on the one hand, and support for the economy. Details are in the budget review and in the budget speech, and if you want page references to help you, we'll certainly help you with that as well. Thirdly, we attempted, notwithstanding all of these constraints that we live under, to still gradually continue with fiscal consolidation. And one of the honourable members raised this particular question about whether we're consolidating adequately or not. And our approach is slightly different to what some of us might actually want, which is a drastic cut, Mr. Kwankwa. Ours is a more gradual approach on this particular question. We also, in addition to that, and that is fourthly, agreed as government that we would have a fiscal ceiling, an expenditure ceiling. And we are disciplined enough in the ANC to work within the expenditure ceiling and do whatever we have to do in that regard. Fourthly, or fifthly, we are intent upon implementing the NDP. There's a number of honourable members that made reference to whether we're implementing or not. Chairperson, I want to refer them to page 4 of the budget review. There's a nice long list of projects here, would say very concretely, A, these are the projects, but B, we are already funding them or intend to fund them over the next 3 years. There's been questions raised about whether cost containment measures on catering, consultants, and so on are working. In the budget review on page 35, the first trends are already there, which in each of these key areas begin to show a downward movement. And there might be aberrations where people buy expensive cars, but they're individuals that we are talking about, who in their own right should be thinking more carefully about some of these issues, rather than giving in to their own preferences. But overall, in gross terms, government is moving in the right direction. The announcements we made in relation to the Chief Procurement Office and the transversal or centralized purchasing that we will do, or the interventions that we will undertake in big purchase items in the state from this point onwards, in order to ensure that we get value for money, is a further reassurance to South Africans that we are indeed spending their money in a responsible way. Honorable Mufamadi laid out very carefully the kind of global context that we operated, and also set right many of the factual issues that have arisen for party-political purposes from my left. Honorable Harris is very gracious in admitting that there are some elements of the budget that meet his approval and approval elsewhere, but then he goes radically wrong, Chairperson. He goes wrong because he then ends on the note that the budget is too conservative. I didn't realize that the platform of the DA had suddenly shifted to radicalism of one sort or another. But there are factual issues that he needs to get right. He says that in my speech I made a reference to the fact that we are better today than during apartheid. Actually, I didn't, very carefully. If you look at pages 11 and 12 of the speech, I talk about the last 5 years of this administration. The amount of money we spend, the kind of delivery that we undertook, and the kind of delivery we intend to undertake over the next 3 years. So again, facts can be twisted in order to get marginal votes in a desperate situation. He then makes reference to the global crisis, and this is something, as Honorable Luyenge pointed out, is his favorite sport. Why aren't we doing better than X, Y, and Z? He might want to read the latest Financial Times with reference, and The Economist with reference to Chile, a country that has done extremely well in the past, but like all countries, particularly emerging markets, find themselves in a spot of difficulty at the moment. And there are street protests in those countries from the middle classes on issues of free education and so on. So let's not opportunistically use these examples and mislead the public into believing that all is rosy. In fact, honorable members, emerging markets stroke developing countries are going to face a very tough time. Globally, the developed countries are deliberately propagating a very negative narrative about emerging markets. And if we don't get our act together, regardless of party political affiliations, and begin to defend our own turf and promote ourselves across the globe, we're going to play into very difficult geopolitical agendas around us. But I hope that there are sensible people on all sides who would undertake that. He says that we don't talk about reforms. But again, in the budget speech on page 4 and elsewhere in the budget review, we say very clearly, as the recent World Bank report on exports from South Africa indicates, 90% of our exports take place from 5% of companies in South Africa. That's an untenable amount of concentration in our economy. Even if we take out commodities from that equation, 87% of exports from South Africa still come from 5% of companies in South Africa. So clearly, this is not a party political issue. It's about ensuring that our economy widens its base, that there are more medium-sized companies that are allowed to grow, and that they become competitive across the global stage and are able to export and earn us the important income that will attend to the other issue that Honorable Kwankwa referred to, which is the current account deficit. We need to export more, we need to earn more dividends as South African firms, in order for us to change that current account deficit. In the meantime, the currency is going to play the buffering role that it currently is. Honorable Harris also makes reference to the NDP and our intent about intentions to implement or not. Once again, I refer him to page 4 of the budget review. He then makes reference to our deficit being arrived at in terms of 4% in the next year, merely because the provinces are underspending. That's again a misrepresentation of the facts. There's extra revenue coming in, both in tax terms and in terms of non-tax revenue that the state is actually obtaining, in addition to the fact that we've actually implemented the expenditure ceiling that I made reference to earlier on. And in terms of infrastructure spending, the government has said a long time ago that we want infrastructure spending to be beyond 10% if we could help it, and we want to head in that particular direction as we make fiscal space available for ourselves, as Honorable Singh pointed out as well. And there's a fundamental contradiction in the DA argument. On the one hand, they want more fiscal discipline and a narrower deficit. On the other hand, they want a more expensive budget and more expenditure. I don't know what kind of budgeting this is that can narrow your deficit and still give you more expenditure without there being growth in either the economy or in the revenue side of the equation as well. But we have some important things happening in respect of the private sector. South African firms have been doubling their investment in Africa every 5 years for the last couple of 5 years. Secondly, exports from South Africa to Africa now constitute 28%, largely of our manufactured exports, all of which are extremely important developments in terms of the kind of agility that some of our firms have been able to display. But the key, of course, is still to continue to expand our economic base so that we can move further. We agree with Honorable Singh on wasteful expenditure. We've always said that we need to spend taxpayers' money carefully, and that's going to be a long battle, which even in the next and following administrations will have to be pursued as well. And we certainly agree that we need to create more fiscal space for ourselves as a country. Honorable Kwankwa is right, and we're working very hard at creating the right kind of investment climate in this country. And there are lots of references to incentives, to the special economic zones, and other measures that the Department of Trade and Industry and others have in place to, in fact, make South Africa more hospitable as far as investment is concerned. Honorable Albert says, we must be willing to talk to them in order to get the e-tolls issue right. We've been willing to talk for a long time. We're not the ones who've been running to the courts in order to delay and compound this particular problem. So you're welcome for a cup of tea while it's free, Honorable Alberts, any time you actually want to. I want to thank Honorable Swart for his support, Chairperson, and once again thank my colleagues in Cabinet and all of the members of the Standing Committee from all of the parties, and I certainly wish them well in the elections as we head towards an ANC victory. Thank you very much.
I thank the Honorable Minister of Finance. I now recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, the Honorable Chief Whip.
Honorable Speaker, I move that the House adopt the fiscal framework and revenue proposals and the report of the Standing Committee on Finance thereon.
Are there any objections? No objection. Are there any objections? Yes, sir. There are objections. I now put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Honourable Speaker, would you record the objection of the DA, please?
Objection of the DA will be recorded. Thank you very much. No objections agreed to. The Secretary will read the second order of the day.
Decision of question on second reading, Local Government Municipal Property Rates Amendment Bill.
Honourable members, I wish to remind you that after the debate on the second reading of this bill on Thursday, the 6th of March, 2014, the decision of questions on the second reading was postponed. Are there any objections to the Local Government Municipal Property Rates Amendment Bill being read a second time? Is there objection? There is an objection. Since there is an objection, I put the question. Those in favor will say aye. And those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Speaker, the DA calls for the division.
Thank you. Order, honourable members, order, order. A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 5 minutes. But you're not allowed to go out.
What's the charge?
Order. Are members in their allocated seats? I would like to remind members that they may only vote from their allocated seats. When requested to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button below the yes, no, or abstain signs. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as a member's vote when the voting session is closed by the chair. Order. The question before the House is that the Local Government Municipal Property Rates Amendment Bill be read a second time. Are all members in their allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the bill being read a second time should press the yes button. Those against should press the no button. Those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? Thank you. The voting session is now closed. Yes, are there any problems? Okay, noted. Any other person with a malfunctioning system? No. Okay, the results are as follows. The yes vote is 226. Order. The no votes are 9, and there are no abstentions. The question is accordingly agreed to, and the Secretary will read the bill a second time.
Local Government Municipal Property Rates Amendment Bill.
The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. Order. In line with a motion by the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, we will now take the 7th order on the reprinted order paper, which is a farewell tribute to the Honorable K.P. Motlanthe, the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa. I now wish to invite the Honorable the Minister of Home Affairs.
Speaker, Honourable Deputy President, Honourable Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Honourable Members. Deputy President, I wish to begin by saying I do regret that you had to tolerate my heckling in your time in this House. And if I caused you not to hear intelligent contributions from the DA, then I apologize, but I assure you, you missed very little. While I'm honored, Speaker, that the Chief Whip asked me to speak in this debate, I must confess I do so begrudgingly. I'm not happy at the retirement of the Deputy President. The Deputy President is first and foremost a tried and tested freedom fighter. He has experienced South Africa from all angles: apartheid state, emerging democracy, fledgling constitutional state, and an increasingly robust nation of the world. And in each of these stages of the state of South Africa, the Deputy President made an honorable contribution. He's a dignified person, a strong-willed man of principle, very suited to his name, Kgalema. Caution, correct, guide, Oba Kgaleme. Comrade Deputy President. The name befits you in an extraordinary way. I've been on official trips with the Deputy President to a number of countries and served in the National Executive Committee of the African National Congress during his tenure as Secretary General and Deputy President. He has always impressed me with his immense grasp of the detail of politics and with the dignity he brought to representing South Africa in the international arena. I recall in particular a meeting with the President of Finland, a meeting that was anything but ceremonial or an exchange of pleasantries and greetings. The Finnish President was genuinely interested in hearing about our various matters to do with our politics, and he wanted information at first hand, and Deputy President Motlanthe was more than equal to the occasion. He responded without notes, showing a full command of the issues confronting South Africa and Africa today, genial, courteous at all times, engaging, and winning supporters for our country, representing us brilliantly on that occasion and several others. I've had the honor to serve in the cabinet of former President Motlanthe, and I believe he served that office speaker well during his tenure. It is his service as a leader of government business that has most impressed me. In a context where many executive leaders seek to diminish Parliament, he has asserted the importance of Parliament and the need for the executive to account to Parliament. His views on complex policy issues always show a strategic grasp of the core issues that must be addressed. He can speak on economic issues, on the nature of the post-colonial struggle in Africa, and the importance of stakeholder collaboration to achieve national transformation. The Deputy President has led our government on several important initiatives. He is chairperson of the Human Resources Development Council and has steered the council stakeholders to a number of important decisions about human resource development policy initiatives and implementation programs. In this structure, he brings together and leads government, labor, business, and a range of education practitioners, and forms an interesting unity with the Minister of Higher Education, Dr. Bladen Zamande, in steering this particular council. He has brought robust energy to the work on the Presidency War on Poverty initiative. Within the ANC, he can be relied upon to assert principle over expediency. He knows the movement, lives its belief, and fully merits the decision that he will head the ANC political school. I can think of no better leader for the ANC political school. The Deputy President is a man who came from the union movement, led within it, and fully understands the struggles of the working peoples of our country. That is why he continues to work today to create stability in the mining sector and is trusted by workers within it as an honest broker. It was because of his experience in the union movement that he was able to lead the ANC Secretariat with such effective command. And it was because of his experience in leading the ANC that he has been a capable Deputy President. I'm fully aware, Speaker, that the Deputy President does not relish praise, but we are pleased in the ANC to say we are proud of this servant of the nation, servant to South Africa, servant to the African National Congress. I've heard you say, Deputy President, that you plan to spend time after your parliamentary retirement with the Congress of South African Students, further proving, sir, your courage. And the fundamental message you've indicated you'll convey is the following. Remember, progress is always a function of working out opposites. Once there's a monopoly, even in the realm of ideas, that can only lead to stagnation. I would urge you, Deputy President, to consider assisting the future government by offering orientation to the next leader of government business, to ensure a similar commitment to keeping our Parliament vibrant, transparent, and accountable. We wish the Deputy President Speaker well in his next undertaking. I believe he'll be sorely missed in Parliament, but I am certain, as I'm sure all members of the African National Congress are, that he will continue to have an important impact on South Africa and will continue to play a role in the ongoing transformation of our country and in ensuring that that which we aspire to in terms of the national democratic revolution is achieved by South Africa, led by the African National Congress. We thank Deputy President Kgalema Motlanthe for his service to the nation, for his service which will continue to the African National Congress, and we wish him well in all his future endeavors. Thank you very much, Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Speaker. I now wish to invite the Honourable Wilmot James to the podium.
Mr. Speaker, Deputy President Kgalema Motlanthe, the historian Arthur Schlesinger once remarked that the concept of leadership implies, by its very nature, that individuals make a difference in history. From classical times to the present, eminent thinkers have regarded individuals as no more than pawns of larger forces. He disapprovingly wrote, "Whether the gods and goddesses of Mount Olympus or the latter-day divinities of race, class, nation, progress, the dialectic, the general will, the spirit of the age, and history itself." He goes on to make the important point that determinism may or may not be true, but it unquestionably violates our deepest instincts. It abolishes the idea of human freedom by discrediting the presumption of choice that underlies every word we speak and every decision we take. It abolishes the idea of human responsibility by depriving the individual of accountability for his or her acts. I share this with you, Mr. Speaker and colleagues, because we are here in this very Parliament in the compelling belief that individuals and leaders make a difference. I share this with you also because it is true that leaders may alter history for better or for worse. There is no question that the person we honored today, Deputy President Kgalema Motlanthe, has altered history for the better for reasons to do with his strong inner belief in justice, his devotion to public service rooted in the Episcopalian tradition of the Anglican Church. You would know that he was once an altar boy and wanted to be a priest. And a civility in his conduct based on the notion of reciprocal honor and respect we could all do well to emulate in this world dominated by so much noise, incivility, and the crass exercise of power. The Honorable Motlanthe was no armchair revolutionary. He put his life under apartheid on the line. He was recruited to Umkhonto we Sizwe in the early 1970s. He languished for 11 months in the feared John Foster Square prison in central Johannesburg. He was convicted for terrorism and spent 10 years on Robben Island from 1977 to 1987. And he became key to the formation of the National Union of Mine Workers, and with Cyril Ramaphosa and Marcel Golding in doing the impossible by unionizing the mine's unstable, oscillating migrant labor force. It was when I was doing some work on the mines and the study of the labor system together with Marcel Golding that I first learned of his remarkable skills. In Parliament, the Deputy President made a huge difference. On HIV/AIDS, he appointed the supremely competent Barbara Hogan as Minister of Health. She was vital in turning back the HIV/AIDS pandemic, so criminally mismanaged by the late Manto Shabalala Msimang, who denounced ARV drugs as poisons. He was a lonely, sane and sober voice on Zimbabwe, critical of both Robert Mugabe and Morgan Tsvangarai's role in the deterioration of South Africa's deterioration there and South Africa's role in that process. He recognized that the first round of black economic empowerment benefited a handful of black millionaires with little advantage for small businessmen and women and no opportunities for the masses. He took Parliament very seriously, as you remember, attended sessions with great diligence, answered oral questions with great care, and a soft-stated humor, some of whom, and some amongst us, missed us in this House. It is unclear and a bit of a puzzle why I recommended to Parliament that the former head of the NPA, Vusi Pikoli, be fired when the Janwala Commission advised otherwise. I personally regret that I did not have the opportunity to interact with the Deputy President in an organized way in Parliament. He exemplifies the qualities of personality that are rare in the world of politics, such as honor, to be held in public esteem, showing an unusual and merited respect for others, one whose work invites respect, and one where a gesture of deference is given to the highest moral virtues to which human beings are capable. A quality of honor, a quality of integrity by which I understand to mean a keen sense of ethical conduct, to keep one's word, to honor a promise, a quality of complete or wholeness, and adhering to a code of moral and artistic values. The quality of respect, whether for his colleagues or members of the opposition. He was absolutely even-handed in an attitude that showed consideration for others and held others and their ideas and views in high regard, regardless of their background or political affiliation. Perhaps most of all, the Honorable Motlanthe is one of the few remaining politicians who in his conduct and in his personal example reminds us of the centrality of public purpose in what moves our politics. A defining theme set by the Mandela Presidency, which almost seemed exotic and quaint in the self-serving and self-justifying crass materialism that we have today. I wish to say that the populists and the nationalists and the sectarians and the opportunists amongst us in this House hate being reminded of the nobler and more demanding days of Mandela's time, as they hate being reminded that their commitment to the dispossessed and the humiliated have become little more than mere rhetoric. The Honorable Motlanthe is a walking reminder of the central theme of the Mandela Presidency, that politics are for public purpose of serving our fellow citizens in our great land. We thank you, sir, for it. We will miss you, and we wish you and your family very well indeed.
I thank the honourable member, and I wish to invite the Honourable Thozami Leporta to the podium.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Deputy President, the manner in which you have carried yourselves and the way you have responded to questions from the opposition parties during the Deputy President's question time demonstrated a depth of respect and honor you accorded this House. I have no doubt that your background as a trade unionist, your intellectual prowess, and the many years you spent in prison cells on Robben Island, underscored by your Christian values, taught you both humility and respect for people and humankind in general. I have watched you with respect, with interest on how you have responded to questions in this House in an unassuming manner, unemotional, but but demonstrating depth of knowledge and respect for the opposition parties and the questions raised. Honorable Deputy President, we as opposition parties did not always agree with everything you said, but your humility and the demeanor with which you responded to questions persuaded even the skeptics to let go and agree to disagree. The role you played in championing the supply of antiretroviral and the call on both the young and old alike to exercise restraint in order to defeat the scourge of AIDS yielded positive results for the country. Having said all of these positive things, it is true to say that our country is still faced with daunting challenges that cut across party politics and require a strong sense of patriotism from all of us. I hope that in your new adventures, you will remain vigilant, objective, and critical in monitoring and evaluating the progress made and the outcomes of the actions of those who remain behind as you depart from this House. Our country is crying for strong leadership, committed leadership, unambiguous leadership, honest leadership, reliable and a leadership that our next generation can look up to and follow with pride. I wish to take a quote from an unusual source, D.F. Malan, who said in his resolute defense of Afrikaner nationalism in the early 1900s, quote, "Few are content to build, unseen and unknown, the sure and stable foundations of a building whose completion they will not see. To live for an idea, to die for an idea whose realization they can prepare for, but which they themselves will not see." In short, Deputy President, you must go out there, fight for the things you believe in, even if you yourself may not benefit from the fruits thereof. We believe in you. Hamba kakuhle, Mhlekazi. Ngiyabulala mkhulu.
I thank the honourable member. I now wish to invite Honourable Vipinto to the podium. Kache.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Deputy President, the honourable ministers and deputy ministers, colleagues. The IIP firstly wants to thank you, Deputy President, for your honourable, diligent, hard-working, straight-to-the-point manner. The IFP appreciate the way that you have conducted yourself inside and outside the National Assembly in your own manner of accepting all others despite of your high office. The IFP wants to press on record, sir, that when you were Secretary of the ANC, the understanding between the IFP and the ANC that you have as leader of your party had with our leader, Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, made a great possible for discussion between these two parties. On behalf of the IFP, I want to thank you, sir, for many things that we cannot include here because of the time limitation. But we will always cherish your honesty and your integrity. But I would like to make a special mention of the dignity and honor you of your attendance, together with your members of your party, led to the funeral of my colleague, the late Mr. MP Skosana MP. His family was deeply appreciative, especially when you were requested by my leader to say a few words, despite knowing that you were not part of the program. You did this with the respect that you always maintain in such circumstances towards the leader of our party. And without hesitation, you agreed to speak. I mention this because events, I want to show the deep understanding of yourself personally towards the leadership of the IFP and the IFP as a whole. The IFP wishes you well in your endeavors and hope that you will be able to leave your legacy of respect and honor of your opponents to those who come after you, so that they may follow in your admirable footsteps. Thank you very much.
I thank the honourable member. I now wish to invite the Honourable Ntapane to the podium.
Mr. Speaker, Honourable Deputy President, members, this Parliament loses one of its best. As Deputy Minister, Honourable Motlanthe is not coming back after the end of this term. Honourable Deputy Minister dedicated his life thus far. I'm sorry. Thank you so much. Honourable Deputy Motlanthe dedicated his life thus far to the best interests of the people of South Africa. He was involved in the liberation struggle at a very young age. He is one of the youths that apartheid government condemned to Robben Island. When he came out of the prison in 1987, he started where he left off, that is, fighting for the rights of the voiceless. When he was appointed Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa by President Jacob Zuma, he carried his duties as such with dignity, enthusiasm, and vigor. He never at any stage embarrassed this beautiful country of ours. He is a true gentleman, with his words as good as his bond. He is one of the most amiable persons I've ever met. Those who know him and have nothing against him will agree with me that he is not that type of politicians who are insatiable of power. He is easily approachable and takes people very serious. In this one, Honorable Speaker, I'm talking from personal experience. Kulua, UDM is in short of words to express its gratitude to the dedication and commitment you have shown as Deputy President of this country. UDM wishes you the best in your future endeavors. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I thank the honourable member. I now wish to invite the Honourable C.P. Mulder to the podium.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Deputy President, Honourable colleagues, members of Parliament. It is always a bit sad to say goodbye to a colleague. And even though the Deputy President is a Deputy President, he's also a colleague of all of us in this House. The one specific word that stands out for me, if I have to describe the Honourable Deputy President, is the word dignity. In Afrikaans praat ons van waardigheid. In all the posts where the Deputy President served, while he was acting President at some stage, while he was President at a later stage, and again Deputy President, it was always with dignity, waardigheid. South Africans could always be very proud of the Deputy President and the way that he, as Deputy President, carried himself. Those of us who are interested in sport will know that in each and every sports team, from time to time, there's a specific individual, someone, when things get rough on the field, be that rugby or soccer, he is a safe choice to pass or kick the ball to. And from my perspective, Deputy President Motlanthe was that person. When things got rough, when we were entering into rapid waters, he was the safe player on the field. I would like to extend on behalf of the Freedom Front Plus and all the colleagues in the House, if I may do so, our sincerest and best wishes for the Deputy President in retirement. We in this House will miss him. Thank you very much.
I thank the honourable member. It's now my pleasure to invite Honourable S.N. Swartz.
Speaker, the ACDP would like to join other speakers in paying tribute to Deputy President Kgalema Motlanthe. He has always been treated us in the opposition with the greatest respect and has appreciated the role that opposition plays in a vibrant democracy, and that to hold the government accountable. It was the Honourable Motlanthe that stood in during the tumultuous period when former President Mbeki was recalled. He managed to calm internal party sentiments then and guide the country to the 2009 elections. And it is very apparent that the Honourable Motlanthe at no stage strove to hold positions of power. He had no ambition to occupy any government position in the 2009 elections, but aimed rather to ensure that the new president is properly inaugurated. For him, his party came first, ahead of personal aspirations, and we can all learn from that. That President Zuma chose him for the position of Deputy President, in spite of him having no ambition to run for any position, speaks volumes for his reputation. Speaker, we in the ACDP honour Deputy President Motlanthe, who was also not afraid to criticise his own party. His report to the ANC's 2002 Stellenbosch conference reflected serious problems besetting the ANC and government. His criticisms of the party also led to him being described as the ANC's conscience and moral anchor. And we understand that he wanted to become a priest, but he has lived out those spiritual values and principles: honor, humility, respect for others, and servant leadership. It would do us all well to emulate those values, to be servants of the people. He has indeed been a rock on which the ANC, government, and indeed the nation has been built. One could almost say a true Petrus, Honourable Deputy President. Honourable Motlanthe has always responded to questions with great respect, even when I'm sure he was exasperated. And even when the follow-up question was not related to the question put, he'd find a way respectfully to answer that. We in the ACDP will miss your dignified your presence, Honourable Deputy President, but wish you very well in your future endeavours. May you and your family continue to be blessed. I thank you.
I thank the Honourable Member. I now recognize the Honourable Bula.
Mr. Speaker, when one departs, it is indeed a sorrowful occasion, especially when it is a personality that commands such deep respect as Deputy President Kgalema Motlanthe. And indeed, the uniqueness of his character and caliber has brought contentment to the broad suffering masses. The contribution made towards entrenching our democracy by this astounding leader is unmatched. His commitment to fight for the liberation of our country and his subsequently tenure as Deputy President leaves us mourning as he vacates this position. The MF says that you played your role with distinctions and with your remarkable personality leaves behind an indelible impression for the youth to emulate. He has made an incredible impact on leading our country in the fight against HIV and AIDS. When all negativity was thrown at our government for the epidemic, the Deputy President stood resolute, kept his head down, and continued his work. We salute you with great admiration. Today, under his stewardship, we have weathered the storms of this epidemic, and like a true Messiah, he's led us to safe ground. Honorable Speaker, I am reminded of the saying by a great Indian activist, Mahatma Gandhi, who once said, "You must not lose faith in humanity. Humanity is an ocean. If a few dirty drops fall in the ocean, it does not mean that the entire ocean is dirty." Honorable Deputy President, you give us hope. You were known for speaking softly but powerfully, reiterating the notion that strong ideas, a good character, and a gentle nature can speak louder than those who shout and scream every day, and true accolades must be awarded for you, undoubtedly for your impeccable leadership. In my personal interactions with the Deputy President, I was overwhelmingly humbled by his professionalism, which gave expression to his compassionate nature. And I personally consider it to be a singular honor to be working with you to advance the concerns and the interests of the minority communities. You truly give true meaning to the beautiful Zulu proverb, Umuntu, Umuntu Ngabantu. The Honorable Deputy President was and will always remain like a gentle giant within the ANC and our country. He encapsulates the spirit of a particular era in our struggle, embodied by our former President Nelson Mandela, an immeasurable commitment to the selfless advancement of the greater vision. I am reminded of the great Chinese saying, when a man is at peace with himself, then he is at peace with his family, then the towns, the cities, the provinces, the country, and the world is at peace. But I have no doubt whatsoever that as long as South Africans are not at peace with one another, Kgalema Motlanthe, President, Deputy President, will not be at peace. With beautiful thoughts, wonderful wishes, and abundance of prayer, the MF wish you long life, good health, hambagasle, go well.
I thank the Honourable Speaker. Now my pleasure to invite the Honourable Mfundisi to the podium.
Honourable Speaker, the Deputy President and honourable members, the Deputy President should by right be belonging to the UCDP, taking into account his earlier background with the church. Anyway, he is well placed to convert the ANC from within. He has since lived those values of leadership, love, respect, service, tolerance, and consultation. He's a stickler to details and rules. When in 2002 he was assigned by his organization to develop party-to-party relations in the region, he did so diligently, even consulting with the United Christian Democratic Party. While we have been onlookers, we have noticed that the ANC is not the same as when he was Secretary General of the organization. As voice of reason, the ANC members call him Mkhuluwa, elder brother, which simply means they appreciate his advice and counsel all the time. As former President of the Republic, he is the only one who had the occasion to invite the leaders of opposition parties one by one to his Matlambandlovu residence to have eyeball-to-eyeball discussions with them and sort out issues of the country. The Deputy President has exuded humility even when asked provocative questions in the House. He has come out as calm, cool, and collected. It is no secret that he stood up and spoke out and sought to change even the fortunes of his organization. As early as 2007, he bewailed the unfortunate manner in which the ANC handled allocation of tenders. As recently as December last year, he spoke against the stance of his party on the question of the release of Clive Dabi-Louis. He compared the matter with how B.J. Foster released J.B. Marks on compassionate grounds. It is this outgoing president who, as recently as this year, spoke out to say the Nkandla issue could have been handled in a different way. We thank you, Khotswalao Kgalemara. O kgalemile, ba ba utlwileng, ba utlwile. We wish the Deputy President the best in all his future endeavors, where his party may decide to place him. Good luck, Ra leboga, Tswela Kgalemara.
I thank the honourable member. It's now my pleasure to invite our veteran, Babu Mlangi, to the podium.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Deputy President, Honourable Members of Parliament, and our guests in the gallery. Everybody has spoken so well of you, Kurman Khalifa, that I don't think I can overdo anybody in speaking so well about you. It only shows how committed to the struggle and to the people of South Africa that even the opposition should speak so glowingly of you. Nevertheless, I wouldn't have agreed to speak. But, you know, when the chief whip of the ANC says, you must go and speak, I can't say no. As we steadily advance towards the terminal end of the fourth Parliament of the Republic, democratic ANC-led government, we in the same token pay tribute to one of our South Africa's greatest sons for having lived a life of self-sacrifice for the good of his people. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the contribution you made to this beautiful country and its people is a gift whose fruits will be relished even by posterity. You stood for the right and against the wrong. You led by example, and you exercised constructive criticism whenever it was absolutely necessary to do so. Born on 19th July 1949 in Alexander Township to a working-class family, Comrade Kgalema spent most of his childhood in Alexander Township, and much of his adult life was spent in Meadowlands in Soweto. Today, we can reveal or disclose that you were a member of, you were recruited into Umkhonto weSizwe, as Honorable James pointed out earlier. You were recruited into Umkhonto weSizwe, MK, in the 1970s while we were working for the Johannesburg City Council. He, as a result, that is Motlanthe, formed a unit tasked with recruiting comrades for military training. The unit was later instructed to transform its function from recruitment to sabotage. So you are a saboteur. The unit was also involved in smuggling MK cadres in and out of the country via Swaziland. On 14 April 1976, members of the unit were arrested for furthering the aims of the African National Congress and were kept, as somebody pointed out earlier, in detention for 11 months at John Foster Square, Central Johannesburg. In 1977, Comrade Kgalema was found guilty on 3 charges under the Terrorism Act and sentenced to 10 years imprisonment on Robben Island. Honorable Speaker, reflecting on life on Robben Island, Comrade Kgalema said, I quote, "We were a community of people who ranged from the totally illiterate to people who could easily have been professors at universities. We shared basically everything. The years out there were the most productive years in one's life. We were able to read. We read all the material that came our way, took an interest in the lives of people even in the remotest corners of this world. To me, those years gave meaning to life," unquote. The Honorable Deputy Speaker, President, helped turn the lemon that was the harsh conditions of on Robben Island into lemonade of political education and intellectual development. He was instrumental in ensuring that newcomers, especially the youth who came to Robben Island, were welcomed and put through an appropriate political education and other academic development programs. It is therefore unsurprising and true to the character of the man that he would say that the years of incarceration and isolation were the most productive ones in his life. He was released in 1987. And in 1992, he was elected, somebody has already pointed out, Noom Secretary General, General Secretary. During his tenure, Noom established, among others, the J.B. Marks Education Trust, which provided bursaries to mine workers and their dependents, and a resident trade union school called the Elijah Bahai Memorial Training Center, located in Newville in Johannesburg. Honorable Speaker, Comrade Kgalema was elected unopposed as the Secretary General of the ANC in 1997 and was re-elected in 2002. In 2007, he was elected ANC Deputy President. In 2008, he was sworn in as South Africa's third democratically elected president. What you don't know, Comrade Kgalema, is that Comrade Walter Sisulu, the late Walter Sisulu, had always wanted you to be the president of this country. And when you became the president, I'm sure his dreams were fulfilled, or his dreams came true. In 2009, Comrade Kgalema was sworn in as a deputy president of the Republic of South Africa. The Honorable Deputy President has always epitomized the values of the ANC in discharging the mandate which the ANC imposed upon him. He's a humble servant, as most people have already pointed out, a humble servant of the people who is prepared to go anywhere and to undertake any task that the ANC asks him to perform. As a parliamentarian, he has led by example. Many people have already said that. You have led by example, always keeping calm, ready to engage all, and to clarify whatever matter needed clarity. Honorable Deputy President, it has indeed been an honor to serve alongside a comrade so firm to principle, as you always have been and you continue to be. You have displayed courage even in the midst of adversity, and where many vacillated and zigzagged, you were as true to principle as the compass needle is to the north. What is of comfort, though, Comrade Deputy President, is that your determination to serve our glorious organization, the African National Congress, and our beloved country, the Republic of South Africa, will always keep you close by to serve whenever it is necessary. We cannot forget your wisdom in intervening in the mining sector, your leadership in ensuring that South African men become more involved in their families and carry more responsibilities in relation to their dependents shall always be part of our history. Your counsels to members of the ANC and in particular, members of Parliament in general, shall be part of the guiding principles that this tribute of the people shall foreground as an anchor to and against any storm. Come on to our Savata. Sesehulu sa Motlanthe. Keretsela tshweu. Se sa kopaneng ke dithaba, tau ya kgale. Amandla. Matla. We all wish you well in whatever you are going to do or wherever ANC is going to deploy you. Thank you very much.
I thank the honorable member, Uba Bumlangi. It's now my honor and pleasure to invite Lo Esingaye, Deputy President Halima Motlanthe, to the podium.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members, distinguished guests and friends, I sincerely thank you for this farewell tribute to me today. It is truly humbling to have time set aside for oneself for a farewell tribute by an august house as this National Assembly of our Republic. Mr. Speaker, at times life seems inscrutably hard to make sense of, precisely because one has to study life while still living it. I wonder whether Charles Lindbergh was moved by the self-same realization when he memorably remarked that, and I quote, "Life is like a landscape. You live in the midst of it, but can describe it only from the vantage point of distance," close quote. Forgive me upfront, therefore, that since I am still a serving member, albeit for a few more days, I may not be able to lift myself from the spatio-temporal limitations imposed by my formal presence in this House, so that I share a retrospective account that may appeal to your sense of history. In other words, my adjacency in time and space to the National Assembly makes any reflection on the historical landscape covering my 6-year experience all the more difficult. Mr. Speaker, on an occasion such as this, I stand in this House that makes the laws of our land caught up in an ambivalent frame of mind. After 6 years of history, I'm running the whole gamut of human emotions from melancholy to elation. Humanity is conditioned to experience emotions attuned to the peculiarities of the moment. Yet for me, right now, this is a moment laden with mixed emotions. For one thing, I'm disconsolate for parting ways with the members of the party I come from, the African National Congress. You will know that my presence in this House is attributable to the ANC, which has, for all its time, been my extended family. As such, I stood here about 6 years back on an ANC platform in prospective mood, looking forward to making my own little contribution to the vision that defines our nation. Entailed in this vision was, as still is, the need to consolidate unity, democracy, non-racialism, and non-sexism, all of which constitute the strategic goal of post-apartheid South Africa. On the ticket of the African National Congress, I took oath of office, both as a minister in the presidency and subsequently the president of our country. Both these occasions were of historical moment in various ways. As the minister, I assumed office intent on serving our nation in keeping with the philosophical tenets of the ANC. At the same time, as the president of our republic, I took office under anomalous circumstances. This was a time during which our nation, for the first time since the onset of democracy, faced its sternest test,
8 months before the end of the third term of office for the sitting president, Honorable Thabo Mbeki, destiny commandeered me to assume the reins of the presidency to see the term through. As the world turned, many were beginning to wonder whether this conjuncture signaled the beginning of the end for our nation. Unprecedented, it was a defining moment. This House knows, as do many of us, that there is a standing assumption that our nation is no exception to the sad experience that has befallen many a post-colonial country, not least our continent, Africa. Sorry. No sooner had we disarmed Afro-pessimists with a smooth transition to democracy than this difficult historical period emerged, seen in some quarters as sounding a death knell to our nation. Those less given to hyperbole saw our country as being on the cusp of a new era, the contours of which, though, were as yet indistinct. In the event, we proved the doomsayers wrong. But I'm losing my bearing. The story does not begin here. Into these murky conditions of uncertainty thrown up by the unrelenting hand of contingency, I was plunged. As it turned out, I was in this epochal task guided, supported, assisted, and encouraged by the African National Congress. Instinctually, I would affirm that whatever I managed to help our nation do correctly during those trying times, I did so leaning on the ANC as my pillar of strength. For this, I'm eternally grateful. Yet, Mr. Speaker, I would be insincere if I stood in this House right now and not acknowledged the support that members of this House as a whole gave me both as President of the Republic and later as the Deputy President. I've always understood our relationship in this House as elected representatives of the people of our country in their diversity in the light of the advice of Joseph Joubert, the French philosopher that, and I quote, "The aim of an argument or discussion should not be victory, but progress," close quote. I will submit that largely proceedings in this House lend color to this conclusion. Yet, Mr. Speaker, it looks to me that by definition, politics, especially parliamentary politics, is at least partly about self-preservation, to the extent that key players strut and preen themselves on the political stage, all with the tacit aim of capturing the hearts of the electorate. This much seems to be a permanent feature of democratic politics across time and space. Happily, while we have not been exceptional to this universal characterization, we have also been able to hold on to the purpose for which we are here, that is to serve our people. While bare-knuckle engagements were par for the course, with bruising exchanges that went beyond the pale, not uncommon, I have found this House to be an epicenter of rational and level-headed discourse that left many bloodied but not bowed. I dare say at the end, we are all the richer for it. Our system of democracy is ultimately about creating a multivocal society, thriving on irreconcilable ideological differences, none of which, paradoxically, can survive without the other. Cheers. Cheers. It is a political ecology which, while rife with discordant voices and atonal noises on the surface, needs every voice for the survival of all, at least at an imperceptible level. This is what we have in mind when we speak of our indissoluble future as a nation. Mahatma Gandhi would have had us in mind when he admonished that, quote, civilization is the encouragement of difference, close quote. Accordingly, I have learned to understand liberalism, political conservatism, nationalism, socialism, and all other numerous ideologies represented in this House. While poles apart from all these other ideological orientations, I never for one moment doubted the abiding sincerity of each political party represented in Parliament to contribute to the reconstruction and development of our country. Misguided as some may be, and I think some indeed are, all these political parties in this august House are here as organic expression of popular sentiments. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm filled with sadness because I'm leaving this House after about 6 years of history. Being asked to serve one's country at any point in history is always an honor. However, the truth is our nation is replete with luminous talent. Not only that, at some point, serving leadership must give way so that new blood, fired up with life-changing ideas, can take society to a higher level of development. Necessarily, the time comes when, necessarily the time comes when all leaders, as H.G. Wells advises, close quote, quote, should lead as far as they can and then vanish. Their ashes should not choke the fire they have lit, close quote. I would not let my ashes choke the verdant future that is beginning to assume some discernible outlines on the horizon. Few have been the moments in human history when the time was ever right for a leader to leave. On another level, I'm happy to have played the small part history has assigned me. I leave office over the moon that the ANC and by extension the people of our country have entrusted me with the responsibility to help steer our nation to the future. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, just as misperceptions about our country being yet another case of flash in the pan were proven hollow, the world was in 2008 struck by the most devastating financial meltdown ever seen in decades. As only South Africans know, once again we employed social dialogue as a mechanism to bring together all role players, government, the trade union movement, as well as organized business. The better to compare notes, fully aware that any looseness in our relations would spell doom for all of us. This is a key lesson about our national character. Going forward, let us consolidate the principle of social dialogue as the central defining tenet of our nationhood. Mr. Speaker, I have come to the conclusion that as this House moves into the 5th term of office, we will need to come to terms with the imperatives of the age. We need to service a large vision bigger than the clutter of the age. Right now, South Africa does not need man the politician, but in a classical sense, it needs man the creator. bold visionaries whose sights transcend the frontiers of time. The imperatives of our time enjoin this august house to rise above beguiling but small-minded discourse adorned with rhetorical embroidery, to think realistically about the future of our nation. We have a duty to this nation and a responsibility to posterity. That responsibility has just begun. We have to do this bearing in mind Francois Chateaubriand's assertion that, and I quote, "Every revolution is a consequence of one revolution and the beginning of another," close quote. We are in the middle of another revolution. We dare not sell out. Mr. Speaker, I would like to end by thanking President Jacob Zuma for his unwavering support through all these years, my colleagues in Cabinet, both ministers and deputy ministers, and members of Parliament, as well as presiding officers with whom I have interacted in my capacity as leader of government business. On a lighter note, when I was appointed leader of government business, I was approached by many people who said, well, now they've appointed the right person. We are interested in business. This, of course, was said in whispers here, until I explained that no, leader of government business is the bridge between the cabinet and parliament. It's got nothing to do with public enterprises and business contracts here. Let me also acknowledge the stellar support from the staff in my office and the presidency in general. Lastly, I wish to thank the people of our nation for the trust they've shown in me. And in conclusion, Mr. Speaker and honorable members, I ask myself, what is to be a man's last word in the face of this historic day? And all I can say is, fare thee well, friends, since I must needs be gone. Nakensa ndolebuwa, ngiyathokoza, baya danki. I thank you. Ngiyaleboga.
I thank the Honorable Deputy President. Honourable members, that concludes the farewell tributes. The presiding officers also wish to take this opportunity to wish you well, Honourable Deputy President, and also to remind you, sir, that serving the people and being a servant of the people is a permanent job. You can't retire from it. I, for one, know where to find you tomorrow. Honourable members, also in line with the motion by the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, we will now take the sixth order, which is farewell tributes to the Honourable T.A. Manuel, Minister in the Presidency, National Planning Commission. Before I invite the first speaker, I wish to acknowledge in the gallery members of Trevor's family, his mother, his sister, his two sons, Paulo and Jamie, and the extended family behind the family. You are all welcome. Honourable members, I now wish to invite the Honourable F. Hajjaj to the podium.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to say that I am actually speaking on behalf of our very well-known stalwart, Ms. Keda Sophie de Bruyn. Mr. Speaker, in his last address to this august House, the recently and former President of the Republic and former President of the African National Congress had this to say, quote, "Each historical period defines specific challenges of national progress and leadership, and no man is an island. And for me personally, I belong to the generation of leaders for whom the achievement of democracy was the defining challenge," close quote. Madiba, as he was affectionately known, continued, "I count myself fortunate that among that generation, history permitted me to take part in South Africa's transition from that period into the new era whose foundation we have been laying together. I hope that decades from now, when history is written, the role of that generation will be appreciated and that I will not be found wanting against the measure of their fortitude and vision," close quote. And in Madiba style, he saved the best for last. "If I have been able to help take our country a few steps towards democracy, non-racialism, and non-sexism, it is because I'm a product of the African National Congress, of the movement for justice, dignity, and freedom that produced countless giants in whose shadow we find our glory," close quote. Minister Manuel can lay claim to have been asked by this great icon to serve with him. He can also lay claim to have been asked by him to be part of a leadership that would steer the ship through the uncharted waters of transition. Indeed, to the extent that Madiba was shaped by the African National Congress, Minister Manuel also can say, "Me too." Minister Manuel grew up and was educated in this city. He matriculated from the prestigious Harold Cressy High School in 1973 and studied civil and structural engineering. And later, during his detention, law. These studies were now what really prepared him for a role he was to play in public office, especially in his career in politics as a long-serving Minister of Finance. It was, as Madiba indicated, that he was schooled in the tradition of the ANC, a foundation that formed the basis for his later success in life. The hard school of life also shaped Trevor in incisive ways, and the way in which he turned adversity into a strength became a hallmark of his life. Poverty, like struggle, discrimination, detention, and suffering, was not foreign to him. Born in the working-class suburb of Kensington in Cape Town in 1956, his mother was a garment worker and his father a worker for the city council. His family's experiences encapsulated the racial wrongs perpetuated on coloureds by the apartheid system. His father's family were old residents of District 6, and they lost their home in the great destruction of that historic inner city area in the late 1960s by the apartheid government. His mother's relatives had lived in the center of Stellenbosch for 3 generations. They too were forcibly removed from their home, from where Trevor's great-grandfather and uncle had run a business in the middle of Stellenbosch. But Trevor also has another characteristic that got him into a lot of trouble throughout his life, but endeared him forever to all of us. Even in those younger days, he was always a bit of a troublemaker. His friend, now a university professor at Stellenbosch, recalled how in 1972 he had walked into his classroom at Harold Cressy in Roland Street. Trevor had invited him to sit at the back of the classroom next to him. And we all know that the troublemakers at school would always sit as far away as possible from the front. Sean was worried about this because he was a studious boy who had always done well in his studies. My academic results took a huge dip, he said. He later recalled, but what I learned about life from Trevor was huge. Now, as a former intelligence minister myself, I can regale you with many amusing and funny stories about the mischief that these two friends got up to at the back of the classroom and what the teacher had to say about it. But the Minister of Education would not approve, so I therefore leave that for another day. Honorable Manuel lost his father when he was very young, just 13, and had to find a way when he was at school to help his mother, who survived on her garment worker's salary. He worked at odd jobs at the supermarket in Sea Point, packing shelves, and later, when he finished school, worked for a while in a garment factory in the dispatch section. But he thought this was a dead end and told his mother so, and eventually got a job at a civil engineering firm where they would train him as a civil engineering apprentice while he worked. The ANC as a preparatory school was so effective that when later in life, to be precise, when the misunderstood announcement of his resignation led to the unsettling of the financial markets. Few finance ministers can make that claim in their career. The ANC was always willing to take a chance on its cadres. Those willing to learn end up having a good story to tell. The markets bounced back after he explained that resignation as a principal gesture and that he was prepared to serve under the next president of the ANC. Minister Manuel, whose ability was initially roundly questioned and in some quarters condemned for his lack of business and economic experience and knowledge, eventually served long enough to hold at one time the title of the longest-serving Minister of Finance in the world. But what this really proved, once again, was the effectiveness of the tried and tested principles that he learned in the ANC at a very tender age. That of continuous learning, self-improvement, commitment, ethics, and hard work. These principles played a key part in the success of Trevor in all parts of his working life and career, and it reminds us again how important and valid they remain. In the year 2004, Minister Manuel was given another challenge, an even better one, a challenge that will make sure that he would continue to refer to him after he's long gone, that he participated in putting together the country's blueprint for the future. This is a blueprint that has enjoyed universal support in this Parliament. It has been largely endorsed and provides another framework and pillar in our journey of achieving the ideal of a democratic, non-racial, non-sexist, and prosperous society. Even as he bows out of public office, we expect him to follow the tradition of the former President Nelson Mandela, that he would continue to pay his subscription and to report to the branches of the ANC. We thank you deeply, Trevor, for the sacrifices you and your loved ones have made in building a country that is free and democratic. We thank you for the important contribution you have made to rescue our national economy from the bankruptcy of the apartheid economy in those early days. We thank you for your key leadership in creating our future path of inclusive, fast, and sustained growth and development. We wish you all the best, and we know that we can continue to rely on your wisdom, support, and active participation. And we grant you the honor that even though you remain a disciplined member of the ANC, your days of mischief and troublemaking can finally resume again. And she thanks you. And from myself, I wish to say, Minister Manuel, I wish to say thank you sincerely, Comrade Trevor, for your wonderful service to South Africa and its people. May your new road be an interesting and a happy one. Go well.
I thank the honourable member. I now wish to invite to the podium the Honourable T.D. Lee.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Deputy President, Ministers, colleagues, I first sat in this Parliament in 1994. Over the past 19 years, during which I have had the privilege of serving at the heart of our democratic order, I have seen three distinct phases. The first I would call the phase of hope and fear. For the first 5 years of South Africa's new democracy, our actions were defined by those two impulses. We saw the great potential freedom brought, and with it, the possibility that we might create out of horror and prejudice a new order, a testament to everything that is wonderful about South Africa. And Mr. Manuel, I want to thank you on behalf of the Democratic Alliance and all South Africans for your contribution in creating that new order. Your involvement in the UDF was a defining contribution, something that could never and should never be ignored and forgotten. But, Mr. Speaker, with the new order came much fear, as the possibility of failure always generates doubt and insecurity. It was an age of great aspiration and great trepidation. We have done well, I think, generally to keep that hope alive and those fears fairly constrained. And may I again say, Mr. Speaker, to Mr. Manuel, that your efforts as our previous Minister of Finance played a major role in achieving that. And what we should always remember is the jittery reaction by the markets when you, Mr. Manuel, temporarily resigned as Minister of Finance at the end of the Mbeki regime. That reaction was indicative of the high esteem in which you are held by those in charge of the economy of this country. The second is best described as a phase of self-awareness. Over the next 10 years, we came to realize our hopes could not be instantaneously realized, that their eradication required hard work, and that our fears would be made very real if ever we neglected or failed to be vigilant in our duty. And often we were. During this time, the true nature of those obstacles we have to overcome were quantified. A terrible legacy of poverty and injustice that is as daunting as it is disheartening. And to this end, Mr. Manuel, we owe you a great debt of gratitude for, number one, introducing a budget system that is regularly rated as one of the most transparent in the world. And two, that you could convince your colleagues in Cabinet to accept your long-term plans for South Africa, of which the NDP is the last. And this plan, the NDP, is a plan that has the support of the majority of South Africans. It is a plan that can help us out of the cycle of poverty. But, Mr. Speaker, all this I have watched from a sports perspective. Sport is my passion and my great love. And I know it is yours, Trevor, too. And we've differed on a few occasions about that, too. I think sport is a wonderful metaphor for our democratic journey. Few things better capture South Africa's potential for excellence and the realization of our hopes and dreams than sport. At the same time, few things better capture our collective despair when those high ideals are crushed. My colleague, the Honorable Wilma James, has written, and I quote, "The best antidote to our fears and insecurity is excellence." That when we take risks to act and succeed, it is when we confirm to ourselves and to others that we are worthy. That, I think, is a profound insight. Excellence is the answer to the question that we are grappling with in South Africa. If we want to overcome our low sense of self-worth and the decades of degrading treatment imposed on the majority of South Africans, we need to embrace excellence. We need to believe that we can be the best and then do it, set the standard, and then exceed it. Can there be any better answer to self-doubt? Cheers too. Is there any greater source of confidence? Always my party and I have advocated for this. Our party policy, the pursuit of excellence, is a testimony to this ideal. We do so because we believe every South African is first and foremost an agent, not a victim. And that given the right opportunity, they can succeed, and we can succeed. So I would like to leave this house with the following suggestion. Let us use sport to give South Africa the self-confidence it needs. Let us embrace excellence, not shun it. Let us make it the light that guides the decisions we make. Let us outlaw mediocrity and victimhood. And let us emphatically answer the question, we are a great nation, capable of great things. And this is how we are going to dispel our doubts and realize our dreams. Excellence indeed is the antidote to our fears. Let us start to distribute the cure and stop comforting the disease. Chairman, Speaker, I was told that I have 7 minutes, and now I see that I have 10. And let me use those 3 minutes to say...
You don't have to.
Sorry. To say farewell to all my friends in this place. I have friends, if I look at the Deputy Minister of Education looking at me, if I look at Mrs. Sulu looking at me, and I thought of all the notes that we used to send one another. And then I also received a note one day, I don't see her around, Minister September Connie. I know exactly what she is going to do on the 26th of June, because I'm going to do the same thing. And I know what the 26th of June means to her. I've had many friends on both sides of this house. And if I look back there at a very dear friend of mine, the Honorable Cora Dikhachu, a dear friend of mine, and really your contribution in that committee was really valuable. I don't see the Honorable Graham McKenzie around, but I also must really recognize the people on the left, my friends, my colleagues. These 20 years here, they were wonderful, wonderful years. It gave me the opportunity to soos in Afrikaans sê, skouers skuur met die groot geeste in ons land. Kyk hier voor aan Dean Smuts, wat ook gaan aftree. My aanvallige bankmaat daarso aan sy Dreyer. En dan sal ek nooit vergeet in haar afwesigheid, kan ek nie vergeet om vir Lindiwe ook agbare Lindiwe Masabugu ook te sê in haar week, ek hoop sy word gou gesond nie. En as ek so rondkyk, dan sien ek veral ons hoofsweep, agbare Watson. 'n Man wat ek mee saam in 1994 hier aangekom het. Baie, baie dankie vir jou vriendskap oor baie jare. And then, to turn to Mr. Speaker, and I know that now I will have time.
Yes. You're really running out of time now.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very, very much for the example that you set in this House. Thank you for always being fair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for keeping order and sometimes calling us to order. And finally, Mr. Deputy President, thank you for the example you set in this House. Thank you for the example you set to South Africa. Thank you ever so much.
I thank the honourable member, and I wish to invite Honourable D.A. Kanare to the podium.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Deputy President, Honourable Ministers who are here, I have got to say it up front that I was only informed by your candidate, the ANC candidate, that I must come and speak here at 10 o'clock this morning. At that time, she hadn't yet told us that she is appearing on your list. I am honored to participate in the debate to bid farewell to Honorable Minister Manuel, who I presume have decided to take leave of parliamentary politics. I'm saying take leave of parliamentary politics because a political activist will never take leave of politics. There are issues which are common knowledge to all South Africans about Minister Manuel. We all know that he was one of the longest serving finance ministers. We all know that he was faced with the challenge to steer South African ship towards stable economy. We all know that he navigated a National Planning Commission towards the production of a National Development Plan. We all remember how he moved from one caucus to the other as a salesman to explain and get buy-in from all political parties in favor of the National Development Plan. When this parliament unanimously adopted the NDP, you knew that you had done your job to put a common objective in front of the country and the nation. We are unable to limit your contribution to this country only to your activities as a minister in cabinet. We all know that you participated fully in bringing the South Africa we celebrate into being. Your role as a member of the Cape Areas Housing Committee is as important as your role as government minister. Your holding together of the United Democratic Front affiliates during the Delmas trial is more than what you did as a Minister of Finance, because it was during this period that COSATU adopted the Freedom Charter and all the problems which came with it. It was during this time that the struggle for non-racialism emerged as a prominent ideology against those other views, which was talking more about revenge and anger. You know that during that period, it was not fashionable to be a Varara. I don't know whether you still remember how and where we met. Just to jog your memory, it was in 1985 in Yeoville at Joanne Yawich's house. And now you can put the pieces together. It was before you started going to detention on as a regular activity, and the struggle for freedom intensified. You are an inspiration to a lot of youth, particularly in the Western Cape. If you still remember, after your release and restrictions somewhere around 87, 88, I came to see you accompanied by a youngster called Alistair. He talked about you continuously in a taxi from the station to your house and back. That's how he regarded you, as an activist and as a leader. Your role during that time created many Alistairs who are today holding different responsibilities of trying to make South Africa a better place for all of us. They might not be prominent individuals in political parties, but they understand that South Africa can only succeed if you all work hard in an honest and caring manner. Your exemplary behavior during that period of the struggle against apartheid and now against poverty is worth being emulated. Your understanding that the poor does not have to be with us forever should be taken to wherever you are going. The struggle against inequality can be defeated. As humans advances, we need to understand that there will be many stages it will have to go through. As a comrade and minister, you understand that to tell the truth needed no art at all. In 1910, Theodore Roosevelt, whilst talking about the new nationalism, said, I quote, "National efficiency has to do not only with natural resources and with men, but it is equally concerned with institutions," close quote. As minister, we believe that you understood this very well. COP wishes you well in your future endeavors and know that you will never tire of contributing to the wealth and progress of this country. We have no doubt that you will continue to ensure that what is enshrined in the Freedom Charter is realized. We bid you farewell, and we hope you will enjoy whatever you are going to do. And I also have got to bid farewell to all ANC members who had to give space for others who came on your list via other political parties.
I thank the honourable member. I now invite Honourable Singh.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, His Excellency Deputy President and fellow members, I want to start off, Honourable Speaker, by thanking you and the Scheduling Committee for allowing us as members of this House to bid farewell and say the kind of things that we've said about two very, very committed countrymen. Thank you very much indeed. And I hope, Mr. Speaker, I get injury time for saying that. Honourable Speaker, about 14 years ago, when our Minister of Finance opened lines of communication with ordinary South Africans through the innovative Talk to Trevor forum, we all admired his common touch. Minister Manuel was already the darling of struggling South Africans, for he was what we all wanted in a Minister of Finance. He was smart, accessible, and tough. Today we bid farewell to Minister Manuel and thank him for his long and distinguished service to our country. I would like to take this opportunity on behalf of the IFP to talk to Trevor. Minister, your stewardship of our country has been admirable. You deserve every accolade bestowed on you today. I remember, and I don't know if you would, listening to you and being in the audience at a community hall in Mitchell's Plain in 1990, when you were welcoming returning prisoners from Robben Island. I was in the audience that day, and I remember admiring this young man from the UDF who had so much hair, invisible parts of his body. Something's different now. When President Nelson Mandela moved you from Minister of Trade and Industry to Minister of Finance in 1996, you took to the portfolio like a duck to water. It was a brilliant move for our country, predicted perhaps by the World Economic Forum's recognition in 1994 that you were, quote, global leader of tomorrow, close quote. That tomorrow came. But you became more than a global leader. You became a household name. You spoke a language we could all understand. And that is not an easy task when it comes to economics. Many flaws can be hidden in economic speak, but you never did that. You are a leader of principle who stood your ground even when you disagreed with your own party and government. The IFP applauded when you insisted that government cannot afford to borrow money to meet social expenditure. We admired your honesty when you said government must stop blaming apartheid and find the real reason behind poor service delivery. We commended you for speaking out so strongly against government spokesperson Jimmy Mani, who sought to change race quotas in labor law to reflect national rather than local demographics. Unfortunately, this is back on the cards with the latest regulations for the Employment Equity Act. Mani's quote-unquote surplus of coloreds in the Western Cape and his quote-unquote surplus of Indians in KwaZulu-Natal will bear the consequences. Prince Buthelezi wrote to you to thank you for opposing Mani. He said, and I quote, "Our nation owes you a debt of gratitude for your honesty, integrity, and courage," close quote. Undoubtedly, though, Honorable Minister, your greatest legacy will be the National Development Plan. You excelled in the presidency, creating broad consensus on the NDP. You convinced us that the NDP is the roadmap for the future. Now it will be up to your party to convince its alliance partners to come on board so that this great roadmap will be implemented. I will remember you, Minister, for your powers of persuasion and your great dance moves. I recall how you persuaded me and a colleague from the ruling party to support a special adjustment of 2 billion rand to be awarded to SAA in 2010. You overheard us during a committee break right in the back here expressing dissent and convinced us right there in the washrooms that South Africa had to save its own airline for the 2010 World Cup. Minister, you will be sorely missed in Parliament, but we trust your intellect and services will not be lost to our country. We thank you and we ask you to keep on dancing, not to populist tunes, but to the needs of the South African populace. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member. I now invite Honourable Kwankwa to the podium.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think seeing that we're one of the few opposition parties that are stable, I think I should be able to actually bid you farewell, Mr. Minister, without a heavy heart. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy President and honourable members, I am greatly honoured by the privilege to, on behalf of the United Democratic Movement, deliver a farewell speech to Minister Trevor Manuel. Minister Manuel has been an outstanding servant of the people, and as a result, it is impossible for anyone to claim not to know him, given the number of lives he has touched during his terms in office. Mr. Minister, when you moved from trade and industry on April 4, 1996, you took charge of the finances of a South Africa that faced a compendium of complex challenges. First, you had to help the nation to reconcile the contradiction between democracy and capitalism in a country where many people did not believe that the two could coexist harmoniously. Democracy, as you know, puts emphasis on producing political accountability and on joint interest and equality, while capitalism entails the seeking of one's own self-interest. Through outstanding leadership, you proved that the two can exist side by side when capitalism was given a more humane face. Second, you took charge of the finance portfolio of a country that had limited resources and whose people were still deeply polarized along racial lines and whose socio-economic inequality levels were high due to the misguided policies of the past. Working under the ruling party government, you adopted income redistribution policies which sought to achieve political and social stability in order to provide a secure context for economic growth. Though the needs and demands of our country were numerous, your idealistic approach to meeting our challenges was invariably imbued with a deep sense of pragmatism. You always ensured that in modernizing our economy, the policy choices and responses government made were proportionate to circumstance and were sustainable. Nowhere is this more succinctly captured than in the legacy of fiscal prudence you left the finance portfolio in 2009. Mr. Speaker, when I met Mr. Manuel at the Union Buildings more than a year ago during public consultation on the National Development Plan, he came across as a leader who was willing to sublimate his individual interests to those of the collective. I was truly inspired by the humility and the outstanding leadership qualities of this intellectual giant. It is therefore not surprising that he leaves us today with the shining legacy of the National Development Plan. Fellow South Africans, as a young person, the best farewell we can give to Minister Manuel is peace of mind that we too will leave South Africa in an even better condition for both current and future generations. I say farewell, son of the soil. South Africans of all races are going to miss your outstanding leadership qualities in the public sector and your sheer dedication to your job. You have served our nation with distinction. However, given your skills, knowledge, and expertise, the love and respect the people of South Africa have for you, as well as how much they still desire your services, as Abe Lemons once put it, the trouble with your retirement is that you'll never get a day off. Thank you very much.
I thank the honourable member. Honourable A.D. Swans, you have the floor, sir. My apologies, A.D. Alberts. My apologies.
Thank you, Speaker.
Minister Manuel, ek het 'n interessante storie om vir jou te vertel. En ja, dis ook 'n goeie storie. Die lewe het 'n manier om interessante draaie te loop. Toe ek nog 'n student was met die oorgang van Suid-Afrika na die nuwe bedeling, het ek nog in die destydse Randse Afrikaanse Universiteit gestudeer, vandag bekend as UJ. En ek het eendag geskok geluister na 'n gesprek in die media waar u sou gesê het dat u eerder die All Blacks ondersteun as die Springbokke. Ek het by myself gedink, wie is hierdie ministertjie? Hy moet reggeruk word. Hoe kan iemand so onpatrioties wees? Daarna het die tweede skok gekom. Ek het ervaar, alhoewel ek te min van ekonomie geweet het, hoe jy uitsprake sou maak oor die amorfe mark met die gevolglike val van die rand met elke uitspraak, aldus die ekonomiese kenners. Dit het my ook aangegryp en ek het gevra, maar wat gaan ons nou doen omtrent hierdie minister? En ek was daardie tyd in 'n gebedsgroep gewees en ek het een aand naïewelik gevra dat ons vir minister Manuel moet bid dat hy die regte goed kan begin doen en sê. Tot my eie verbasing het die agbare minister daarna begin bou aan sy profiel as die beste minister van Finansies in Afrika. Sy denke en uitsprake het verbeter en ek het op 'n stadium begin wonder of u nie dalk die beste minister van Finansies in die wêreld is nie. So minister Manuel, as jy ooit in die moeilikheid is, probeer gebed, want lyk my dit werk vir jou. Minister, dis inderdaad vir my ook 'n voorreg om hier te staan en 'n afskeidsboodskap te lewer tot u. Ek het nooit gedink ek sou die voorreg hê om dit te kan doen nie. Dis inderdaad vir ons 'n groot verlies dat u weggaan. Ons hier in die oppositie het eintlik stilweg gehoop, ons het dit nooit hardop gesê nie, dat u presidensiële ambisies het. Ongelukkig het die hoop daaroor beskaam, maar ons is baie dankbaar vir die werk wat jy gedoen het vir Suid-Afrika en sy mense en om ons op 'n gesonder makro-ekonomiese pad te plaas. Ons sal ook jou kwinkslae en grappe baie mis, jou skerp intellek en jou toekomsgerigtheid deur middel van die nasionale ontwikkelingsplan wat onder u beheer geskep is. Ons wens jou alles toe wat mooi is en mag God se gebede en seëninge jou steeds agtervolg.
I thank the honourable member. I now wish to invite the Honourable S.N. Swart to the floor.
Speaker, the ACDP would like to join other speakers in paying tribute to the Honourable Trevor Manuel, Minister in the Presidency, National Planning Commission. And it was indeed an honour to serve in the Finance Committee when Minister Manuel was the Minister of Finance. He was the longest-serving finance minister worldwide and guided state finances in an exemplary fashion, a great steward. Indeed, it was only when I studied economics through Parliament did I realise what a remarkable job had been done by the then Finance Minister, Trevor Manuel. Historically, when liberation movements came to power, such as in South America, government expenditure would shoot up to fulfill macroeconomic populist expectations. This often resulted in debt-to-GDP ratios shooting up, debt service costs increasing, some countries even then having sovereign debt crises with social upheaval. In contrast, Minister, as you are aware, together with President Nelson Mandela and subsequently President Thabo Mbeki, you embarked on a process of cutting government expenditure and debt-to-GDP ratios from a high of 50% down to almost 24%. This, in turn, released billions of rands, which would have been spent on debt service costs for service delivery, and it also cushioned us for the 2009 crisis. It was always a pleasure to comment on the Honourable Manuel's budgets, which even reached a small surplus at one stage. You'll remember that, Minister Manuel. This indeed also a first time in history. I remember one occasion when I was preparing to address the television media after a particularly good budget. Minister, I don't know if you remember this, you walked past with your entourage and you asked me whether I was going to criticize your budget. And I responded, Minister, by saying, how could I criticize you when you just quoted scriptures? I don't remember if you recall that on that particular budget, Tips for Trevor, someone had asked whether they could deduct their tithes to their church as tax deductible. You then said, regrettably, this was not possible, and quoted, render unto Caesar what is due unto Caesar, and unto God what is due unto God. Minister Manuel, you received a lot of criticism from certain quarters, even within your own party, and quite unjustifiably, in my opinion. You bounced back in the presidency, which I'm sure was a huge surprise to many of your detractors, and you've led the formulation of the National Development Plan, a vision for the future of South Africa. The fact that this plan was adopted by all political parties in Parliament speaks volumes. It is indeed a momentous achievement and a rich legacy, ranking as high or even higher than the financial stability that you brought to our finances. We honor you, sir, and wish you well in your retirement. We will miss you. And if I was to quote a scripture, it would be, well done, my good and faithful servant. You have indeed used your talents. So we wish you well, but don't forget to quote scripture. Thank you very much.
I thank the honourable member. Mfundisi, Honourable Mfundisi, you have the floor, sir.
Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Deputy President, the man of the moment, Honorable Manuel, and honorable members. This old boy of Harold Creasy High School in the Cape Flats is one of the worthy sons of South Africa. He holds 5 honorary doctorates because of his diligence in public office. Among his innumerable awards, Honorable Manuel was honored as the African Finance Minister on 2 occasions. He's one who does not shy away when things go awry. Who can forget how he tackled the former CEO of CIS, Jimmy Manyi, on the question of racial quotas, Without going into details, in his open letter to Jimmy, he started by saying, I quote, "Let us drop titles for the purpose of a necessary exchange. So let us forget that I'm cabinet minister and you are a director general equivalent in the same government," unquote. Thereafter, he gave a solid lecture to this self-appointed ethnic anthropologist. Having served as the first Minister of Trade and Industry in the democratic government of the Republic, Minister Manuel served as Minister of Finance from 1996 to 2009, when he resigned after President Mbeki was ousted. This he did as a matter of principle, so that the new president could apply his mind in constituting his government. Only a member of honor could do that and not take for granted that he would be retained in that portfolio. When in 2009 he was appointed minister in the presidency responsible for the National Development Plan, Commission, he made a good job out of it. He consulted extensively, and his leadership of that commission has given South Africa a legacy of self-discovery. For me, who rejoined this House 2 years ago, Minister Manuel led me by hand on what the NDP is all about by writing me a special letter, and then he sat me down and explained the whole thing to make me catch up. This is a man of great vision and a team player. Mr. Manuel is one man who enjoyed the respect of most, if not all, members of parliament. And I know a good number of people out there saw him as a voice of reason. When at the Mangaung conference of the ANC, he decided to stand down as a member of the NEC of the organization, many were disappointed, but we have to live with that. Wise men know when they have to come to the end of their innings. Good luck, Honorable Trevor. Be happy wherever you will be, and surely you will remain a repository of the values you hold and may pass over to others in the country. That is actually what we look forward to all South Africans, excellence through hard work. Farewell, sir.
I thank the honourable member. I now invite the honourable Bula to the podium.
Mr. Speaker, when a leader of Minister Trevor Manuel's stature steps out of public domain, it leaves a colossal void. The space he occupied both as Minister of Finance and heading the National Planning Commission placed our country on a strong foundation focused on service delivery. South Africa, after 20 years of democracy, expressed immense debt of gratitude to Minister Manuel for steering our economy out of the wrecked clutches of apartheid to a system which the ANC now serves unfailingly. The American scholar Warren Bennis once said, "Leadership is the capacity to translate vision into reality." Minister Manuel, you give true value and impetus to those words. He created a vehicle through which we could achieve our political goals, the economic emancipation of our people, Life was given to our lofty political ideas by strategically navigating and coordinating a finance department which puts the principles of Bato Pele principles first. The minister's influence is so significant that when he stepped down in 2008, as you have heard, he unsettled the financial market, showing that as an individual, he inspired great confidence both within South Africa and abroad. This is further highlighted by him being tasked to head up the independent panel for the World Bank. Not only did the minister lead his department successfully, he has laid down the foundation for his successor to continue the good work, putting systems and measures in place so that a department becomes more than just a person, but indeed an institution and a well-oiled machine. However, the minister's influence did not stay in the sphere of economics. As a coloured from Cape Town, the minister continued to stay grounded and would stand up for his community when he felt that they were marginalized. This displays a type of integrity inculcated in few leaders. Prior to our democracy, the Honourable Minister had the wisdom and foresight to see past the problems of the apartheid era, to envisage a future where everyone can share in the rich abundance of this beautiful land by driving forward the policies of the ANC and serving as a true patriot. When you can see the vision of a better future, the resolve to overcome the current obstacle becomes obstinate. Similarly to the problems faced during the struggle, Minister Manuel leaves behind a clear roadmap of national development for us to take the baton and run the rest of the race. The MF says, you are a true leader. Minister, we laud you for this astounding characteristic. Your personal legacy will be one of that is of thought leadership, undoubted service, unwavering integrity, and a passion for this country and its citizens. For your immense contribution to this country, its people, and a collective future, we are indebted to you, Honourable Minister. With great spirit of humility, the Minority Front wishes you well. Go well. Thank you.
I thank the Honourable Member. Now my pleasure to invite the Honourable Furbs to address the House.
And it's a great pleasure for me to speak in the House. But in fact, it is a great honor for me to be given the opportunity to pay a tribute to you, Honourable Manuel, whom I normally call Trevor, or Trev, because one isn't often given this opportunity. And I want to thank the leadership of the ANC for giving me this opportunity. You know, Honourable Manuel, as we look at him here, we seem to forget where he came from. Where he came from, and I hope people would want to listen to this. Yes, he came from what is now known as the Western Cape, and he joined the Labour Party in 1969. As so many disciplined and loving children of their fathers at the bequest and encouragement of his father. But then, like a young man, he looked at South Africa and he said, right, there's the Labour Party, right, okay. But then there was the United Democratic Front, a few young people talking together, and he actually got off his motorbike and said, guess what? I think this United Democratic Front is the way to go. It is the way to go because it's what we are all trying to do now, but he did with conviction then. You know what students are like? Absolute conviction and passion. And then on the motorbike as well. And he said the churches, of course, right. The this, the that, the next thing, and so on and so forth. And it was civic associations, trade unions, student organizations, and sports bodies, nogal. And now what sport do you play other than the motorbike? So you know, there was all of the organizations that the Honorable Manuel was involved in. And then in 1983, it was decided, right, this is it. It was really unplanned. And this is the thing about the Honorable Manuel. He digs deep. I'm a farmer's daughter. And you know, the knowledge of digging deep is so powerful. And then you dig deep, you nurture, you feed the soil, and you're actually surprised yourself at what comes out of it. You know? The United Democratic Front. And you know, even now today, as we sit here, yes, at a crossroads, we need to remember people like the Honourable Manuel, as I know as Trevor. And I really got to know him as a clinical psychologist who'd come out of a bomb blast, who was told, and I see the Honourable Mdakani is now there quietly, and I was told when I'd come out after the eye and a little bit of medical treatment, oh, but you know, we've decided to put you in finance. Finance? What do I know about finance? I'm a clinical psychologist. But we had Trevor Manuel there in the background, trade and industry, which I found myself chairing. And thank heavens, you know, I've learned one or two things like using a calculator. Now, so then we found you, Trevor, telling us when you became Minister of Finance, out of your khaki shorts, off your motorbike, pull in your belts. What? Now, hang on here. We've got to, you know, create jobs. I hope you understand that, Minister Manuel. You know, we're creating jobs. Now, what do you mean pull in your belts? I'm cutting the budget. And yes, it was just quite a draconian sweep of the sword. I'm cutting it. And that was it. And you know, I thought, what a far cry from this jovial lad to what he had now become. And then he tried to explain, no, we brought him to Gauteng, which was now becoming the province, you see. And we said, no, we'd like to discuss this with you, Minister Manuel. And of course, Jabu Muleketi was then MEC of Finance. He also wanted to discuss this new approach of yours. And the next thing we learned, no, you know, we've got to start thinking of serving our people. And that means we've got to have funds. And that means we can't service debt. And that means we mustn't incur more debt. Unless it is for constructive issues, like something you can hold, not this consumable expenditure. So we sort of course, half of us didn't even know what he was talking about, but we said yes, yes, yes. And in fact, I remember the DA were also saying yes, you know. Everyone there was saying yes, yes, yes. A 3 bags full sort of thing. And I said, right, now what is this? So we found ourselves with the PFMA, and we marched ahead with, you know, the general's orders. And then I sort of said, as chair of Gauteng, I didn't realize we were a province and the parliament was higher, and I invited parliament to join us on a study trip to Australia and New Zealand. And fortunately, I had a very understanding chair then at the moment who understood, you know what these bloomin' people are in the provinces, let us just agree. We went there and they were shocked to learn how far we had advanced in 2 years. And they said, but you know, we're not there. And we've been going on this road for 7 years. We said, well, we've been following you. No, you haven't, you're now ahead of us. And Trevor, that was you. and now you've disappeared, and I can't see, beyond where you were sitting. But all I can say, is this. You taught us the sound fundamentals of not only good governance. You said, if a country wants to know your policy, they'll read your budget, and they'll check with your budget what you really care about. They won't even listen to you. So, Fubs, check your budget. And since then, I've been checking it very regularly. And may I just say one thing from Ben Ockery. He said, the new era is here. Thank you, Honourable Manuel, for bringing in that new era of sound financial fundamentals.
And remember, your budgeted time is up.
Thank you, sir.
It's my pleasure and honor to invite the Honourable Minister in the Presidency, responsible for national planning. Minister Manuel, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Fubs is always a hard act to follow. I will try. Honourable Speaker, Deputy President, ministerial colleagues, honourable members, I want to express appreciation for the indulgence of this farewell and a particular word of gratitude to the Parliamentary Oversight Authority for affording us this opportunity. And I'm completely humbled by the many contributions made here this afternoon, so much so that my mother in the house probably doesn't recognize her son from all of the nice things that have been said here today. But on reflection, I want to say that it feels good to be part of that generation, that very special generation in the life of a nation that had the opportunity to bring down an old order and be involved in the construction of the new. There are a number of very particular highlights, some of them reflected on, but perhaps the one that we must single out and go back to, because for future generations, this will be the touchstone, was the adoption of our fine Constitution. It is a truly magnificent document, not created, not forced on us by the outside, by any multilateral agency. It is ours, it is owned by us, it is the product of what we've been through, and therefore we must cherish it for what it's worth, for ourselves, and the bridge to the future from where we've been. You see, as a member of Parliament, I want to say that I've appreciated working with all members of all parties, and I remain of the, albeit naive view, that we are all bound together by the same oath to our Constitution that we take in this House. We may come at it from slightly different positions, but ultimately we take an oath of service and an oath of loyalty to our Constitution. And that should be the acid test of who we are and what defines us in our relationship to our people. I don't believe that any person can come here and take the oath to the Constitution and be a racist and a bigot, and if they are off the mark, we've got to help them back. Because ultimately, the test is that which is defined in the preamble to our Constitution, which asks of us in perpetuity to raise the living standards of our people and free the potential of each person. It's not an option, it's an obligation imposed by history, defined in our Constitution. And when we gather in this House, we gather for that purpose. And so, for me, the ability to have served here for 20 years as a member of this august assembly is an honor that I don't take lightly. It's an honor that
I'm privileged to share with so many, and so many who've been part of this assembly for the past 4 terms. I was sworn in as part of the first group of 10 MPs in a democracy on the 9th of May 1994. Many greats, I don't know what I was doing there. But when I look at the photograph of the occasion, there were people like Masisulu, like Joe Slovo, like Madiba, Jay Naidu, Thabo Mbeki, Cyril Ramaphosa, all of us, Winnie Madikizela Mandela, all of us sworn in together as the first group of MPs, and it wasn't an honor that I could have dreamt of in any part of my life before that point. The question is whether we remain true to that. And one of the reasons I'm very privileged to have my mom here today is that she was also in the House on that day, the 9th of May, 1994. We left this assembly, all of us as members, having elected the first democratic president in the Republic, first speaker, first deputy speaker. We left here, went to the parade to hear our newly elected president address the country. And he said, today we are entering a new era for our country and its people. Today we celebrate not the victory of a party, but a victory for all the people of South Africa, unquote. That has been, in many ways, the genesis of what we will create as this democracy. I don't believe that for a moment it's something that ends. I don't believe that we can take a snapshot approach to that task of building democracy. It has to be ongoing, because that statement by Madiba on the 9th of May 1994 is in fact the profundity of the joy of responsibility to build that we all undertake. So for me, 20 years as an MP is a rare privilege, a rare honor to be called to serve in cabinet, uniquely by 4 successive presidents, one of whom is here with us today, a former president, Kgalema Motlanthe. Only 2 of us who were called to serve in the first cabinet, my benchmate, Jeff Radebe, and I remain. So Bongani, you are on your own from here. I want to thank the ANC, obviously, and the 4 successive presidents for the trust. For me, the 20 years has been a true journey of discovery of myself, of my colleagues, of my comrades, of my country, of the world, a discovery of possibilities and boundaries, and where the boundaries exist, to identify them so that together we can push them back. I know that I leave here wiser than I came, but I want to, in that frame and in that vein, ask of all of us, Honourable Speaker, whether we really use this chamber, whether we understand the value of this chamber, this assembly, in the lives of our people in the way that we should. I want to mention a few examples, and I know that the Swan Song speech is meant to be uncontroversial. Forgive me, I am me. You see, did we do justice to using this podium to explain to our people, each one of them, the impact of the 2008 crisis on their lives on a continuous basis? Not to score points, but to say to our people that our Constitution requires of us to operate in a particular way. I watched with awe the Honourable Fubs lead a process in the Portfolio Committee of Trade and Industry just recently. Very important discussion on the way in which our people are impoverished through unsecured lending. The question I ask myself repeatedly is whether that debate should not have been on the floor of this House before legislation, so that our people understand that they deploy us here, each one of us, to take seriously what is happening in their lives. I watch in horror what is happening in the Central African Republic right now. And I say horror because those moments of great joy for us as a nation born in April 1994 were the toughest times in the life of the Rwandese people when they lived through their genocide. We didn't even notice it happening. Of course, matters relating to the Central African Republic have been on the floor of this House, regrettably for what appears to be point scoring. As we speak, today, there's a pogrom in Bangui. As we speak, we must be conscious of the fact that virtually every Muslim who was a resident of Bangui has been driven out. And we, as a people who care, who want a caring democracy for ourselves, cannot be blind to the suffering of other Africans. And this floor of this House is fundamentally important in building the value system so that our people will know that we care as Africans, we care deeply as people, because when we were in need as a people struggling for democracy, everybody else demonstrated care for us. So the floor of this House, I believe, needs to be used more extensively to persuade each other and persuade our people of the values of our Constitution and the values that our democracy requires of us. We must know that we do carry the hopes and aspirations of every African. Can't ever be blind to those responsibilities. So I ask, provocatively, whether we use the floor of Parliament sufficiently. During the 20 years I've been a member here, of course, all manner of things have happened to me, Mr. Speaker. You told me not to say that, Madiba asked me to be the first leader of government business. I was pretty useless at that. Not many people remember it. Fortunately, the Honorable Koos van der Merwe is not here because the Thursday morning meetings were very difficult then. I was also an individual who flew in a plane that didn't look good for any member of Parliament, least of all anybody coming from the ANC, and I got berated and teased and reprimanded by this House. Fortunately, those planes don't fly anymore. I forget what they were called, and the temptation has been spared. And then, of course, not the Gulf Stream, and it was called the Concorde. It's before your days, Honorable Mania. I'm afraid you have a one-track mind, sir. And then, of course, there was that car. The less said about it, the better. And hopefully I'll soon be relieved of that car and the privilege of driving in the luxury of that car. But that's another story. All of that was debated and shared here. And I want to say to all of you who teased and berated me, thank you very much. I learned out of the process. So even now, as we approach this next period, and I'm amazed because people who are perfectly rational, Mr. Speaker, jettison rationality on the eve of an election. I want to say that we must maintain our collective responsibility to all of our people, because this democracy and its ability to better their lives is something that we will wake up to after the elections, when new members of Parliament are sworn in, where the issues of poverty and inequality and unemployment will continue to dominate. So let's not destroy all rationality, all hope. We, as Democrats, have the responsibility to serve our people to the best of our ability. Of course, I want to say thank you to all 400 members and those who've served before for the collegiality, and I want to thank especially some of the older members who've been there to assist me and guide me. Tatu Mlangeni, Tatu Diale, Manjobe, Mantuli. Where is my old friend Aubrey Mokwena from the Release Mandela campaign? Honorable Koos van der Merwe and a number of others, thank you very much for that collegiality. I want to also say thank you to the amazing public servants I've had the privilege of working with in all 3 departments I've served. I see in the box some of those who served with me before in the Treasury are here. It speaks to that relationship that's very special.
The personal staff who've served me in the ministry, and some of them have life sentences. There are two people with the surname Smith who are unrelated. The one joined me on the 14th of May, 1994, and the other on the 16th of June, 1994. I don't know why they're still there. The person who's been with me for the shortest time has been with me for a mere 7 years. So it's an amazing group of people who have assisted me, carried me, and allowed me to be. These last 5 years, Mr. Speaker, have placed me in the position where I work differently with an amazing group of commissioners in the National Planning Commission, great South Africans. I don't know what the political persuasion of those people are, but I do know that they want to serve South Africa and make this country great, and I want to owe a debt of gratitude to them. My sisters are represented by my one sister here, and my sons are represented by the two here. Minister Sisulu always used to talk about my sons who used to sit there and sleep during budget speeches. Now they are there and fully grown up, and I hope that they won't fall asleep during their father's speech today. Of course, my mother was very special, and I'm glad that she's able to be here. I want to again express appreciation to the 4 presidents. Pardon me for singling out the one president who identified some opportunity in me, nurtured me, corrected me when I was wrong, and gave me this amazing opportunity, Madiba. Like the Deputy President, the ANC flows through my veins. It's not a job, it's a belief system. And I will always remain true, a loyal and disciplined member of the ANC. And Honorable I Judge, yes, I will go to my branch meetings and pay my subscriptions, because none of this would have happened in my life without the ANC affording me an opportunity to serve my people. I want to leave with a short message from a writer whose work I found very influential of late. His name's Tony Judd, and he says, "Something is profoundly wrong with the way we live today. For 30 years, we've made a virtue out of the pursuit of material self-interest. Indeed, this very pursuit now constitutes whatever remains of our sense of collective purpose. We know what things cost, but have no idea of what they are worth. We no longer ask of a judicial ruling or a legislative act, is it good? Is it fair? Is it just? Is it right? Will it help try and bring about a better society or a better world? These used to be the political questions, even if they invited no easy answers. We must learn to ask them once again." Thank you very much.
I thank the Honorable Minister Manuel. That concludes the farewell tributes. The presiding officers also wish to take this opportunity to wish you well, Honorable Minister. And also, when you change your cell phone number, please give me your new number so that we can contact you should we need you to come and help us and support us. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The Secretary will read the third order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Justice and Constitutional Development on determination of remuneration of members of constitutional institutions laws amendment bill.
I now recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party. The Chief Whip.
Honorable Speaker, I move that the report be adopted.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The Secretary will read the fourth order of the day.
Second reading debate, determination of remuneration of office bearers of independent constitutional institutions laws amendment bill.
Thank you very much. I now recognize the Deputy Minister, Deputy Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development.
Mr. Speaker, honourable members, the late Professor Kader Asmal once wrote that, and I quote, "Emerging from a racially divided and oppressive past, where basic human rights were violated in the extreme by an illegitimate government that failed to honour even the most basic tenets of the rule of law, South Africa crafted a constitution that is unique and far-reaching in its provisions. Amongst others, it established an array of constitutionally protected institutions, created to strengthen democracy and to promote respect for human rights in our society. The bill before us this afternoon seeks to strengthen these constitutional institutions. The bill addresses practical challenges that currently exist, and I know the bill is welcomed by stakeholders. Furthermore, the bill is a constitutional requirement, as Section 2195 provides that national legislation must establish frameworks for determining the salaries, allowances and benefits of judges, the Public Protector, the Auditor General, and members of any commission provided for in the Constitution, including the Broadcasting Authority. Mr. Speaker, at present, the various pieces of enabling legislation which govern each of the Chapter 9 institutions, other commissions referred to in the Constitution, as well as the Broadcasting Authority, all provide for different procedures to be followed and for different functionaries to play a role in the determination of the remuneration, allowances, and other terms of conditions of employment of office bearers of these institutions. The need has therefore arisen to eliminate these disparities and to create uniformity in this regard. In order to achieve this, the bill amends the various pieces of legislation to create a uniform procedure to be followed in respect of the determination of the salary, allowances and benefits of office bearers of these institutions. In terms of the new procedure, the Public Protector, the Deputy Public Protector, the Auditor General, and office bearers of other Chapter 9 institutions, including ICASA, will be entitled to such salary, allowances and benefits as determined by the President from time to time in the Gazette, after taking into consideration the recommendations of the Independent Commission for the Remuneration of Public Office Bearers and after it has been approved by the National Assembly. The Independent Commission, must, when investigating or considering the salaries, allowances and benefits, consult with the responsible Cabinet member and the Cabinet member responsible for finance. The notice must be submitted to the National Assembly for approval before publication thereof, and the National Assembly must, by resolution, approve the notice, whether in whole or in part. Members will note that this procedure is very similar to that followed in determining the salary, allowance and benefits of judicial officers. Despite the provisions of Section 2195 of the Constitution, it should also be noted that this uniform procedure is not being made applicable to the Public Service Commission and Financial and Fiscal Commission at this stage, as their inclusion would require a different tagging of the bill, and thus these commissions will be provided for in the near future. Chairperson, Deputy Speaker, I'd like to thank the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Constitutional Development, the Honourable Llewellyn Landers, and the members of the committee for the time, effort and hard work they've put into considering and finalising this important piece of legislation. I've been informed of the amendments to the bill which were proposed by the committee, and I'm of the opinion that these amendments reflect the high standard that this committee has set in its approach to and processing of legislation. In closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's always prudent whenever we discuss our Chapter 9 institutions and this House's oversight role that we recall what the late Chief Justice Pius Langa said in the Constitutional Court in the New National Party versus the Government of South Africa case. He was discussing the IEC and other Chapter 9 institutions, but one could very well apply it to all constitutional institutions. He said, and I quote, "The establishment of the Commission and other institutions under Chapter 9 of the Constitution are a new development on the South African scene. They are a product of the new constitutionalism, and their advent inevitably has important implications for other organs of state who must understand and recognize their respective roles in the new constitutional arrangement." He stressed that our Constitution places a constitutional obligation on organs of state to assist and protect our constitutional institutions in order to ensure their independence, impartiality, dignity, and effectiveness. We believe that this is exactly what this bill will achieve, and I therefore commend the passing of the Determination of Remuneration of Office Bearers of Independent Constitutional Institution Laws Amendment Bill to the House, and I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Minister. Honourable Landers.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable Deputy President, I stand before you to say that the African National Congress will support this bill. And because the Honourable Deputy Minister was very kind in his lavish praise of the Portfolio Committee, has already covered the substantial portions of what is contained in the bill, I will not go there. However, as is usually the case, it is my role to set out for you the procedure we followed in the Portfolio Committee in our consideration of the bill. The Portfolio Committee received written submissions from, amongst others, the South African Human Rights Commission, the Commission for Cultural, Religious and Linguistic Communities, the Commission for Gender Equality, and a late submission by the Public Service Commission. I will not deal with the submissions made by the first three I have referred to. However, I would like to address the submission made by the Public Service Commission. As we know, the Public Service Commission is established in terms of Chapter 10 of our Constitution. However, Section 219, subsection 5 of our Constitution does not draw a distinction between institutions referred to in Chapter 9 with those elsewhere in our Constitution. During its deliberations on this matter, the Portfolio Committee acknowledged the strength and validity of the argument put forward by the Public Service Commission, to the extent that initially the committee resolved to include the Public Service Commission in the bill. Regrettably, however, the law advisors serving the committee reminded us that to include the Public Service Commission would alter the classification or tagging of the bill from Section 75 tagging it presently enjoys to being a Section 76 bill, which would have led to serious logistical problems. Effectively, the change in classification would have delayed the passing of this bill. That being said, the Portfolio Committee resolved not to include the Public Service Commission or the Finance and Fiscal Commission at this point on the eve of the general elections, but that the new Portfolio Committee appointed by the Fifth Democratic Parliament should do so as soon as is reasonably possible with the cooperation of the Ministry of Justice and the Department of Justice. Deputy Speaker, we will take this opportunity to express our appreciation to Messrs. Johan Labuschagne, Johan de Lange, and Lawrence Bassett for their commitment to producing excellent quality legislation, such as the Determination of Remuneration Bill, which is before the House as I speak. I also want to say that I have been privileged and honored to have served as chairperson of the Justice and Constitutional Development Portfolio Committee during this fourth Parliament. Deputy Speaker, we are blessed with a committee whose members are dedicated, hardworking, and serve with distinction in striving to hold government to account and to produce legislation which we can all be proud of. I crave your indulgence, Honourable Deputy Speaker, to say a few kind words to someone who will not be returning to this House, and I refer to the Honourable Dean Smuts. The Honourable Dean Smuts epitomizes everything an elected public representative should be. She is diligent, honest, committed, forthright in her views, tough and uncompromising, coupled with a determination to hold government and the executive to account, means that this National Assembly will be a lesser place without her. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Landers. Honourable Smart.
To my Honourable Chairman, thank you for those kind words.
Ma'am, may I say to the Honourable Trevor Manuel, in justice, we do still ask, after Tony Judd, we do still ask the question, is it good, is it fair, is it just? If a Justice Committee did not do so, it would, of course, be a problem. Where I do take issue with my ANC colleagues today, the aim of the argument is progress, as my former president has argued, following the French philosopher. An argument should seek progress and not victory, and it's in that spirit that I take issue on some matters. Ma'am, it has taken 18 years for this Parliament to carry out its obligation under Section 2195 to produce this legislation to establish frameworks for determining salaries, allowances, and so forth. It is therefore greatly to be welcomed that we now do our duty and bring an end to the disparities and eccentricities that have characterized the salaries and conditions of service of the Chapter 9 institutions. Now, our one difficulty on our side on the DA, and which is conceded by the ANC only insofar as it recognizes the need for later debate, is that the line ministries who act as conduits for the budget allocations of the various Chapter 9s are to be consulted by the Remuneration Commission alongside the Treasury. The line ministries should not be acting as conduits at all. The Chapter 9s are independent and subject only to the Constitution and the law, just like the courts. They are accountable to the National Assembly, and ministries have no role to play. It was consequently the recommendation of the Chapter 9 review, supported by Treasury in the hands of the Minister Manuel at the time, that the location of the budget allocations within ministries creates a false impression of accountability to government. The previous National Assembly, near the end of its life, adopted the Chapter 9 review's proposal for the creation of a unit in the Speaker's office, and also supported, but did not yet adopt, the recommendation that the Chapter 9's budget should become part of Parliament's own budget vote. This Parliament should have adopted that recommendation, and it would have followed that line ministers also should not be consulted on the salaries of the commissions. They have no role to play. Now, slightly more broadly, but still within the context of the argument, I believe that there is a trend against the grant of institutional independence from the executive discernible right now as we approach the end of the life of this Parliament, and it worries me. It applies also to the courts. Let it be said clearly, however, that the work we have done in justice during this term, until the end of last year, has been historic. Now, nothing can ever match the glory days when we negotiated the two constitutions, or the early years in justice and associated committees. Nothing can ever match those years. There were two reasons. No one ever compromised on the principles which we ourselves had built into the constitutions, and the people involved were all personalities in their own right, as politicians should be. Nothing can match those years. But in this term, we have in the Justice Committee, in respect of the judiciary, done something historic. We have begun to create the institutionally independent judiciary, which the judges have been proposing for some time, and which the Justice Minister and the former Deputy Justice Minister facilitated. These developments would bring us in line with the comparative jurisdictions. But now the Justice Ministry appears to be losing the political will to take the final steps. I hope I am incorrect, but that is how it appears to me. The first and second steps were the Constitution 17th Amendment Act, which made the Chief Justice the head of the judiciary, and the Superior Courts Act, which further elaborates the management of the judicial functions by the judges. The third and fourth steps are supposed to be the creation of a judicial council to make policy and an independent administrative agency to run the courts. The office of the Chief Justice was simply an interim step to get the show on the road. But now the Deputy Justice Minister John Jeffrey tells us in Mail and Guardian that the government has accepted only that the judiciary should play, I quote, an active role in court administration. He also writes that the judges are not elected, cannot be recalled, and would therefore be unaccountable if they ran the courts. That is simply not so. It was already understood as between the Office of the Chief Justice and the Justice Committee that the Secretary General of the OCJ would account to us for the public money voted and spent. How is that a problem when that is how it already works for the Chapter 9s and when the judicial branch is the granddaddy of independent institutions? How is that a problem? Now, the Chief Justice himself specifically favors a model based on the Auditor General, which is, of course, a Chapter 9 institution, and under which the Judicial Council would comprise only judges with an advisory board from other disciplines for accountability. The Chief Justice has pointed out that there is no cabinet member responsible for Parliament, and there should be none for a judge-led court administration under an institutionally independent judicial branch of the state. Of course, it is true, as the Honourable Jeffrey argues, that the Constitution itself gives the Justice Minister responsibility for the administration of justice, but the clear compromise is to make the Justice Minister a member of the Judicial Council, where some of the international comparative examples would also place him. A number of other jurisdictions already have independent agencies which run the courts. Ma'am, we have been falling behind international trends also in respect of our prosecuting authority and the Judicial Service Commission. Now, I took the thinking of the two gentlemen to whom we bade farewell today, the former President Motlanthe and the Honourable Minister Trevor Manuel. I took their thinking forward in two private members' bills on which I will address you on Thursday. The one pertained to the Judicial Service Commission, its composition and certain other aspects, and that thinking I based directly on the NDP. The other pertained to the National Prosecuting Authority and began first and foremost with an appointment mechanism different from what we have now. The very first person to propose a different mechanism was the then President Motlanthe. I will address you on those on Thursday in a last blast. I regret to say that the ANC could not be bothered to deliberate on those two private members' bills, and it is a matter of regret to me that the ANC appears to be hanging on to such executive power as is already enshrined, instead of modernizing the legal sector. We produced a political order which is widely admired during the transitional years, during which it has been my privilege to be a participant from the start to the end, because I think we are leaving the transitional time behind. My plea is simply, let us not now fall behind, but I say so against the background of a Justice Committee which up until the end of last year has done, I repeat, historic work. And that goes also for the ministry, both the Honourable Justice Minister Radebe, the former Deputy Minister Andries Nel, and the present Deputy Minister, John Jeffrey. We have all worked in concert to do work that I consider to be historic, and my plea is quite simply, let us not now fall behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Swartz. Honourable Swartz.
Deputy Speaker, the ACDP will support this bill, and the arguments have been presented, and I won't repeat them, and I also share the concerns that have been expressed by the Honourable Smuts about the line minister's function. But it also gives me great pleasure to follow the chairperson of the Justice Committee in also just commending Dean Smuts for her rich legacy in Parliament for the past 22 years. Now, I've had the honour of serving with the Honourable Smuts since 1999 in Parliament and the last 5 years on the Justice Committee. And I was always under the impression that Dean was legally qualified, given her compelling legal arguments that she often presented. And I would refer to her as the senior counsel and I as the junior counsel when I presented arguments. And I remember the late nights we spent with the Protection of State Information Bill, persuading the ANC with compelling arguments to change its views. And it is interesting in this regard, those of you that want to read an encouraging article, A Ray of Hope from Parliament, written in the Sunday Times some time ago, where the author Brendan Boyle says the following: watching Parliament in action is often quite disappointing, so it is heartening to see a more positive episode unfolding. And he goes on to relate about the committee. The committee began to go through the bill clause by clause. The ANC shut its ears. Then something changed, not all at once, but tentative steps. Using the mechanism that delivered our constitution, tackling the easiest issues first, the ANC, DA, ACDP, and IFP began to find each other, at least on some of the most obvious flaws of that bill. The three leading opposition delegates, Dean Smuts, Steve Swart, Mariam Brasini, cemented each hard-won concession without gloating over their victories, and ANC members found they could give ground without the sky falling down. And Brasini is so frustrated at times he seems on the verge of tears. Smuts allows ourselves an occasional snort of derision when the ANC members deny the logic of an argument a 6-year-old would grasp. Swart pursues the least bad option with religious patience. What emerges from this is still likely to be a bad bill, but it may just be constitutional. But it does show the diligence of a few good men and women who are prepared, according to their lights, to apply themselves in a way many MPs don't know is possible, to doing the right thing. And I think in this example, it was MPs across political lines. And you, Dean Smuts, have indicated, applied yourself in a way that many MPs don't know is possible, to do the right thing. And I want to honor you today and thank you for all your support to me as a friend in the Justice Committee. The ACDP will support this bill. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Swart. Honorable Simanyoni.
Ngithome ngokuthokoza isandla sika Somlomo. Ngiloshisa isandla sika Mengameli. Abongqongqoshe abakhona begodu nezandla zabo. Nakini nonke malunga hloniphekileko ngithi lotshani. Nginendaba ehle kwamambala begodu ikarisako namhlanje si ekulumeni impikisano le nomthetho omlingwa othi determination of the remuneration of members of constitutional institutions laws Amendment Act. Let me share a light moment with you. Some people, I want to tell you, say, I look like President Zuma. Others say President Zuma looks like me. All I can say is judge for yourself. First of all, I want to deal with Chapter 9 institutions. Imikhakha yesahluko sethoba somthethosisekelo le yenzelwa ukuvikela amalungelo obuntu ngebanga lobudisi bomhlako okhabe ukhona ngaphambi komnyaka ka-1994. Ubabethu walalako uNelson Rolihlahla Mandela, uMadiba, washo bonyana lokho okhabe kukhona ngaphambi komnyaka ka-1994 kungasabuyi kube khona godu. Ngiyamdzubhula wathi, never, never, and never again shall it be that this beautiful land will again experience the oppression of one by another, unquote. This is the statement of the former ANC President Nelson Mandela at his inauguration as the first black president of the country on the 10th May 1994. Secondly, I want to deal with the mischief to be addressed by this bill. Sekukade soloko kukhona ukuhlubayela ngebanga lokungalingani kwemiholo yalabo abasebenza emikhakheni le yesahluko sesithoba uchapter 9. Begodu nemiheho elandelako yokubuyelela imiholo nobujamo bemsebenzi. Umengameli ngokubonisana necabinet nguye obeka imiholo yamalunga wekomishani yamalungelo obuntu. Kanti indlu yokuthoma yesibethamthetho iqalene nokuhlela imiholo nobujamo bemsebenzi yomphathi ncwadi zombuso nomvikeli womphakathi begodu nesandla sakhe. Thirdly, I want to deal with the objects of the bill. Aloke
Umthetho wamlingo lo unqophe ukulungisa inzizilo engikhuluma ngazo lezi ngokwenza kube khona iheho elifanako lokubeka umholo nobujamo nokukhambisana zomsebenzi begodu nokufanele ukutholwa umvikelo womphakathi nesandla sakhe nabekhomishani yamalungelo obuntu begodu nekhomishani yokulinganisa begodu nabembaji nebengubo ngokuthuthukisa nokuvikela amalungelo wamasiko wezekolo newamalimi. Fourthly, I deal with the legislation to be amended. Umthethomlingwa lo unqophe ukuchugulula imithetho nasi Public Protector Act number 1994, Human Rights Act of 1994, Commission on Gender Equality Act, the Election Commission Act of 1996, Commission for the Promotion and Protection of Rights of Cultural, Religious, and Linguistic Communities Act. Fifthly, I deal with the proposals by the bill. The determination bill, in brief, proposes a method in terms of which the Independent Commission for the Remuneration of Public Office Bearers shall investigate and make recommendations to the President on salaries, allowances, and conditions of service of various office bearers. Sixthly, independence of the Chapter 9s. These Chapter 9 institutions enjoy constitutional independence and operate free from interference or influence from other organs of state. Really, today, it is better to live in South Africa than it was before 1994. This is a good story to tell. Seventh matter is the benefit of the bill. After this bill is passed, uniformity will exist in the procedures for determining the salaries, allowances, and benefits of Chapter 9 institutions that protect constitutional democracy. That is the watchdogs of human rights. I want to join my colleagues in saying a farewell message to Honorable Dean Smart. It is now a fact that he won't be returning to Parliament after the elections on the 7th May. I would also like to join my fellow comrades to say goodbye. We will miss you, Honorable Smart, in our portfolio committee meetings and the few oversights the committee had due to the busy schedule of passing the bills. One of the overseas visits that I will never forget is the one we had to Germany. As I was chairing the meeting, we had with the South African ambassador to Germany, Umfundisi Makhenkesi Stofile. I said to the ambassador, he should keep his address to us very brief because some of us can sleep and listen at the same time. I think you recall that. You objected to my utterances. The ambassador understood because he said I must talk about myself and not include other people. This is because, you know, before 1994, we used to sing and say, I can shoot and run at the same time. Now, if we were allowed to sing, I would have sang you a very beautiful song, but I will just recite its words as we are living. It says, Mabahambe abahambayo, tina sosala siyincenga. Otherwise, you can say, Mabasale abasalayo, siyophinde sibonane. We learned that there is a certain Ms. Dennis Breitenbach who will be coming to join the Justice Portfolio Committee. Ik wil se extir groete aan haar en se ons wacht vir haar at the Justice Portfolio Committee. The ANC supports this bill. Ngiyathokoza. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I've only got 2 minutes, and I had wanted to pay tribute to the Honourable Smuts, but I will need to respond to some of the issues that she raised. Just firstly, to pay tribute to the Honourable Smuts, as other members have said, she is an extremely hard-working, well-prepared member of the committee, but I think she's also someone that other members of the DA can learn from, in that she makes a difference. She's constructive, she engages the majority party, and is listened to, rather than somebody who is more interested in getting into the newspapers and issuing press statements. But just on the issues that were raised, this bill enhances the independence of the Chapter 9 institutions by having the Commission investigate and make recommendations on their salaries. Currently, with regard to the Public Protector, the law says that the Public Protector can't earn less than a High Court judge. The salary of the Public Protector is in fact higher. It's at the level of a judge of the Supreme Court of Appeal. But this is going to mean that there's an independent body, as with the judges, that makes recommendations. And the issue of the consultation with the minister, it's an after consultation, not an in consultation, but that is what happens with the judges. That the Minister of Justice gets asked for an input by the Commission before they make their final recommendation. As far as the issues relating to the judiciary, I mean, we do, as I think you pointed out, have in our Constitution a reference to a member of Cabinet responsible for justice. I'm not sure the role of that person, if that person has nothing to do with the courts, which is what you seem to be suggesting. And is it appropriate for the Chief Justice to come and account to the National Assembly, as the Chapter 9s do, about how money is spent and the budget? The issue is, as in the Superior Courts Act, that the responsibility is shared. So I just have run out of time, but just to respond, I'm sure we can respond on other platforms at a later date. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. Are there any objections to the bill being read a second time? No objections. Agreed to. The Secretary will read the bill a second time.
Determination of remuneration of office bearers of independent constitutional institutions laws amendment bill.
The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. The Secretary will read the fifth order.
Consideration of National Environmental Management Air Quality Amendment Bill.
I now recognize the Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I move that the bill be passed.
The motion is that the bill be passed. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The bill will be sent to the President for assent. Honorable members, that concludes the business for the day. The House is adjourned.